Friends, hello. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. I'm farther behind than I thought I would be. I think my party was a lot farther than I thought they were. And so, if you're watching the stream and you're in the party, don't. If you're not part of the stream, we'll just enjoy how I build a quick battle map real quick. Um, yeah, it's been interesting. It's been a day. It has been a day. Um, but, you know, see how it goes. Actually, this needs to be, we need to flip this, don't we? Da, da, da. Doing well. I am sorry for the delay. We will be going pretty soon. I'm happy to be back. It has been a bit. It's been a couple weeks, so that's always exciting. Hope everyone's doing well. We will. Should be an interesting day. We'll see how things plan out. Yeah. See how this goes. Fingers crossed for us all. Should be almost done. This may be a shorter session. We'll see how long all of this takes. We don't want to do that. I want to do this. Some seriousness, you know? Sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do. Is this? Wait, please. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm not even in Discord yet. I'm going to hop over there now. Hopefully this will be good enough. We'll see how we can make this happen. Sometimes that's just how it goes. That's D&D for you, you know? It's not always perfect, but you gotta learn to improv and make things happen. So let me switch some things around. I'm going to join the Discord. We're going to change the scene, and hopefully we'll have everybody in. You guys can see the screen capture now.
Earlier and then starting like as soon as he gets in.
Okay. Okay.
Hello, Jonathan.
Starting as soon as we get in. I get in. He get in. Am I the he?
Hello.
No,
Oh, I just heard starting as soon as he gets in, and I just assumed I was the he.
no, talking about
No, no, no.
Anthony and his
I
little
was,
announcement.
Oh yeah, yeah.
yeah, so I was just confirming that. Okay.
Sorry, I'm not prepared as I thought I'd be. Firstly, it was a crap day, so crap days be crapping, right? And then secondly, you guys are much farther ahead than I thought you were.
What?
And I think that's
Oh,
partially my fault because I think I skipped a step. But yeah, I essentially accelerated the timeline a little bit, and unfortunately, it's going to lead to some things happening faster than I thought they were. And because of that, it's all going to kind of flow into each other. So
is it about to be some fuckery?
maybe
Yeah, I'm excited.
there might be some fuckery involved.
Okay.
Essentially, from here on out, it seems like things just like go and go and go. So, unfortunately, or fortunately, however you want to see it, I'm only prepared up to a certain point, and we'll either hit that point really fast or not at all, and we'll see how it goes from there. Fingers crossed that it gives us enough time to actually enjoy a session. Otherwise, after that, it's just all me winging it. So you're gonna, if it only lasts like 2 hours, then I'll be winging it for the next hour and a half, 2 hours after that. So.
Okay.
You got this. Also,
Are we
is it
good to
okay
go ahead
to?
and open up Owlbear?
Oh, yes. Yes. I think that was Laura's question too. Yeah, you can open up Owlbear. I think that's fair.
Cool.
Thank you for your patience with me. I do apologize for that, but you know it happens.
Uh, our link to the owlbear is his torchlighters.
Yeah.
I just noticed that.
Yeah. Let me open 20 real quick.
How are you guys? I just came in like yelling at you about all the crap I'm not ready for. How are you all? You doing good?
I'm doing
Tired, but I'm alive.
Better.
I just woke up from a 7-hour nap.
That's not a nap, Laura. It's a sleep.
I think past a certain amount of time, yeah, it's definitely just considered sleeping. I don't know what that time is. Maybe like 2 hours. I think if you sleep longer than 2 hours, it's just sleep.
I like to think if it's longer than 3, 4 max, like once you hit 4 hours, it's a sleep, not a nap.
Or it's like the average amount of hours I get per night anyway. So I just be napping all day. I have to call that sleep.
Yeah, I usually my naps are like 2 to 3 hours, and then my sleeps can be anywhere from 4 to like 10. It just depends on what time of the year it is, really.
Jonathan, that's a short rest.
That's true. That is a short rest. Yeah, just a short rest. Just live my life in D&D terms. Makes everything better.
It really does, though.
I feel like I've been rolling a lot of ones lately, though, so maybe we should.
Imagine
you die.
alarm goes off and I have to roll if I want to wake up for session or not. Roll
True.
one.
Well,
Sorry, guys.
roll a one,
We'll
hit
go
the,
to
miss the
sleep.
snooze button entirely. Just turn off the alarm.
Sorry,
Slumber
guys.
saving
The
throw. Yep.
dice weren't with me today.
Slow and steady. Bernadette, how are you? I haven't heard your voice yet.
I'm tired. I'm just waiting for this coffee to kick in.
I feel you. Me too. Me too. My dog woke me up throwing up everywhere this morning. I don't know what she ate outside, but we're talking like
Oh, shit.
it was just pools of sickness. It was disgusting. My whole house smelled like it was just bad. Like it was, I don't want to describe it. So I was like just up with her, and of course she's freaking out because she's sick, and she's looking at me like, please fix this. And I'm like, I don't know, what do you want me to do? I'm doing my best. It was just a morning. So I was, yeah.
Poor baby.
And then of course, like an idiot, I fell back to sleep, and so I slept until like 1, and then I was like, oh, I have D&D stuff to do, and here we are. So yeah, well, I'm glad everyone's here. I appreciate your patience with me, and your understanding. Quick recap, I guess. We did some fun stuff last session, right? So we ended the session before. I know it's been 2 weeks, so a little quick recap. We started day 2. Essentially, you all ended day 1 after interviewing a few people. You came up from the catacombs with Kaylin, the gate warden of Candlekeep, and you were immediately essentially thrown into the service, the church service or the memorial service for Janusi. You attended that and discovered some things. You talked with some people. You found out that a lot of this seems to be part of the Deadwinter prophecy. You saw an interesting action between Alai and one of the gatekeepers. You saw some of the attendees there and spoke with them. You met a few people, yada, yada, yada. So you went to sleep that night, woke up the next morning, and you were immediately met with another murder. There was a crowd surrounding the bathhouse, and it appears that Darl was also killed. After some investigation, you found that a lot of the symptoms, a lot of the identifying characteristics of Darl's death matched what happened to Janusi, and it led you to conclude that it might have had something to do with the book in Darl's possession, as well as a potential poison, because there were no other physical marks on Darl other than those that matched Janusi. So you had a quick interaction with Bookworm, or Skoda, where she kind of seemed a little disappointed in your refusal to reveal some information to her. She just felt a little offended by that and kind of stormed off. So upon exiting the bathhouse, you discovered that Kaylin was also missing. It is Kaylin, right? I'm not just missing that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
cool,
him.
perfect, Kaylin. Kaylin was also now missing. It was not abnormal for him to miss the morning Watchers meeting, but no one had seen him since last night when you all had arrived with him. No one had heard anything from him. And Bookworm, well, Todrick asked for your assistance, and Bookworm kind of directed you to assist as well. But prior to doing that, you went to the apothecary, and we can actually pull that up. So you went to the apothecary, and you spoke with Lewin, and you also spoke with Nibbles, his little squirrel familiar / companion. And you discovered a couple things there. Firstly, you discovered that there seemed to be there seemed to be some discrepancy between Lewin's logs, the number of people he sold to over the last couple of days, and the number of people that Nibbles has seen inside the store the last couple of days. So there was a lizard folk or a lizard person that he described that Lewin mentioned that did not mention seeing over the last couple of days. And after further investigation, Lewin was able to identify the powder that you all had brought in and described it as midnight tears. Essentially, it's a poison that kills at the stroke of midnight if ingested, and all of the little identifiers seem to match up with it. When it gets wet or reacts with moisture, it starts to turn black. Other than that, it's a fine ochre powder. Lewin claimed that he had some in stock, but when he went downstairs and you all helped with the investigation, he discovered that stock was missing. And you found a broken vial on the floor, on the ground, that smelled suspiciously of peppermint or mint leaves. And sure enough, there was a vial of missing peppermint that seems to have been smashed and swept under the rug. So it seems that the poison that killed potentially Janussi and Darl came from the apothecary, and you're not entirely sure who took it. Lewin claimed that these things are kept in the basement, kept in the cellar because they're not safe to be out on the floor. They're not something that he usually deals with or usually provides to the other members of Candlekeep unless it's particularly asked for. And again, his logs didn't mention anyone requesting anything like that in the last couple of days. So you left the apothecary with some answers and some questions, but you did leave with a little bit better understanding of at least what killed both Janussi and Darl. And you also requested that Lewin worked to come up with some kind of antidote, because a couple of you have actually come in contact with that powder over the last couple of days. Kyle, especially early this morning, and you want to make sure that none of you are dying. So Lewin agreed that he would work on an antidote, or at least look one up, and make contact with some other people who work here at Candlekeep and come up with something. So you then left the apothecary and you visited Kaylin's residence, which is at the keeper. Oh, what is it called? Actually, I forget. I'm sorry. I'm a bad DM. The Sea Warden's Tower. Makes sense. You attended you visited the Sea Warden's Tower. Todrick led you there, and you were allowed in. I believe it took one of you had to lockpick the door. Todrick was able to break the arcane lock, but not the physical one. And I think Alaric provided the assistance with that with Emmy's help. And at which case you walked in and you saw a few things that were not out of the ordinary, but kind of stood out to you. So you witnessed this glass cabinet over in the corner. There was a chest at the foot of Kaylin's bed, and there were a couple of bookcases and shelves over on the far wall. And you all kind of split up to investigate them. So after some successful checks, you did discover, Alaric and Evie discovered at the same time, that there were runic traps set on the chest as well as the glass cabinet. You requested Todrick's help because he obviously broke the arcane lock on the door. It was obviously assumed that he could break the arcane lock on the chest and the cabinet. He refused to do it on the chest. You could not convince him that anything in there could possibly lead to finding Todrick, as that was his own personal belongings. However, he did agree to to unlock the glass cabinets, or at least remove the charm on the glass cabinets. And Emmy and Evie were able to find a note that was left on top of the glass cabinet. Evie, I think you took possession of that. Do you remember what the note said? I think I said Evie. I meant Emmy. I don't know which I said. I think
You-
Emmy took.
You said my name, but I don't think
Yeah,
it was
I think it
me.
was. I think you were investigating the cabinets, and Emmy was investigating the top, more or less. And I think Emmy found the note. Emmy, do you remember what that said?
It said, meet me at the,
Pont de Paramore?
yeah, something like that.
Beautiful. Yep, that's exactly what. Meet me at the Ponte Paramore at midnight. Let none see you. Who was it signed by?
S.
S. Perfect. Inspiration to Emmy if you don't have it already. Sure enough, it was. And so after asking around both to Fimbris and Todrick, they informed you that the Ponte Paramore is a bridge to the southwest of the Exaltation. It's often a nice walking spot. People who do laps around the Exaltation, couples like to meet there. It's a covered bridge, and it's often just like a lover's lookout kind of place. And so you decided to investigate. You left Todrick's room and left the Sea Warden's gate. And if I can find what map I'm looking for, here it is. I've got so many maps now. This thing is getting out of hand, let me tell you. So you left up here at the Sea Warden's tower, and you traveled down to the northern staircase up to Exaltation and followed this path to the Pont de Paramore, which indeed was a covered bridge. And there you investigated a scene that seemed to have been a little bit more violent over the last couple of days. So I think you discovered pretty much everything, actually, which you guys have been doing a lot of lately. Thanks for that. You discovered that the bridge's horizontal wooden rails, like one of them had been pretty badly damaged, as if something had been smashed against it. You did find some tiger-sized claw marks still visible in the icy snow nearest to where the wooden or the broken railing was. You discovered that there were 2 separate pairs of humanoid boot prints in the snow and ice. You found faint drops of blood also near the broken rail. And I believe, I don't remember who it was, it might have actually been Kyle with the assistance of Adom. You discovered that there were 3 broken lead chain links scattered in the slush around the broken rail as well. So essentially here at this first corner here, or this leftmost corner, northwesternmost corner, whatever you want to call it, it appears that there was some kind of struggle in which someone was shoved against the railings and the railing broke, or some of the wooden planks broke. There may have been some kind of struggle because there were drops of blood found, and there were 3 chain links broken and scattered in the snow nearby. And I think it was Alaric that did one last kind of investigation check, and you discovered that nearest one of the corners near the bush, one of the set of footprints seemed to walk down the path and directly over the bridge, while the others seemed to walk down the path and veer off a little bit, as if they were hiding behind some of these bushes here. And also behind those bushes, you did find some of those tiger-like, or tiger-size rather, claw marks in the snow. So you guys did a thorough investigation. Todrick helped you a little bit as well in pointing some things out, but you did discover everything. I believe it was also both Evie and Alaric. Alaric sent Stolas, and Evie took a look as well. As you looked over the bridge, you could see that in the ice down here, closest to here, there was a hole in the ice, as if whoever possibly got pushed over the bridge fell down, was carried away by the water, fell down the waterfall through the icy water below, or the frozen water below, and was potentially swept out to sea. This was at least Todrick's assumption of what could have happened, but he said that he would gather some of the other watchers and some of the other avowed in order to conduct an investigation. But due to the weather and because of how Candlekeep is set up over this very large, like, peninsula type situation, it could possibly take hours to get somebody down there and take a look at it, and get you a true answer. And I actually think that's where we ended the session. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So yeah, there you go. Nothing like a 15-minute recap, right? So I think that was more or less it. You now needed to decide where you wanted to go. There obviously, Bookworm had mentioned to Todrick and Fimbris that when something was found out, when you discovered the location of Kaylin, that you reported to her. You also have the interview with Alchrist that you could potentially take care of. I will say that it's probably, mid-morning, maybe even afternoon at this point, after you've traveled to, you investigated the bathhouse, you went to the apothecary, you investigated Kaylin's room, and now you've investigated the Ponte Paramore. I would say it might even be closer to a lunchtime, and the skies are, it looks like another storm is moving in. So the skies are starting to darken a little bit. There's not heavy snowfall yet, but it's possible that it may come later in the evening or sooner. I should say early in the evening or sooner. But that's the situation that we're in. So are there any questions, comments, concerns, or anything that we need to bring up or talk about or clarify before I release the game over to you?
I don't think so. At least not for me.
Ryan's good? Everybody else good?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is there anything you need to talk amongst yourselves? Is there anything that you need to discuss or anything that you guys are thinking? What are your characters thinking? That might be a good starting point. Let's have everybody roll a d20 to get our talking order settled, and then let's just kind of see how everybody's feeling. Who does your character suspect? You just woke up and there's been one more murder, potentially two more murders throughout the night. If Kaylin truly is dead, if that was his human-sized hole in the ice below you, you aren't really sure who the murderer could be. That being said, you have a couple of leads. You have a couple of, people who might be more of a suspect than others. Gosh, that's.
Mel's there.
Say that again.
Yeah.
I don't think Mel's there.
Yeah, she did say be right back.
Did she? Oh, she did. Okay. I'll roll for Mel then. Or for Evie in this case. Okay, so it looks like Kyle will go first today. This is big. Okay, I'm gonna have to zoom out. Oh, I already put the things there.
Back on Titan. Let's go.
True. Okay, Kyle's going first today, followed by Alaric again. That's cool. And then it looks like Adon, what did you roll? I didn't see it.
The 7.
7.
Okay, so Evie will go, and then Adon, Emmy. So the only
I'm
players
back.
that are swapping here. Welcome back. I rolled for you. You rolled an 11. You're going third in the talking order.
Okay, cool.
So what we're doing is I just kind of want to get everybody's feelings as far as what your character is thinking right now. Like I said, there's potentially 3 murders in the last 24 hours that you guys, well, maybe not 24 hours at this point. Yeah, no, 3 murders in 24 hours. Roughly. What'd you say?
Potentially 3.
Potentially 3, yeah. 2 for sure that you know of. Well,
Yeah.
that I guess that's not fair either. 1 murder,
It's not shown. But it's not shown. We don't know if he's dead or not.
Right. But you know about Darl as well. So Janussi probably 100% murdered, right? His heart was carved out of his chest. He didn't do that himself. So Janussi, 99% murdered. Darl, maybe coincidental. Maybe incidental, not coincidental, but maybe like an accident, I guess, an accidental or unintentional death, right? And then right now, Kaylin is missing. You found evidence of a struggle, but you don't have a body. No one's seen him. Someone went over here, but you don't know who it is right now. So, two dead, 1 missing. potentially dead, and at least one murdered, potentially two, possibly three. So, so there you go. You got a lot. A lot happened in 24 hours, and you guys have a few suspects. So let's see. What do I want you guys to talk about? Firstly, I would want to say how your character is feeling right now. Are you determined to figure out who the killers are? Are you is your character overwhelmed? Are you excited to figure out how this is? Are you looking forward to being done with all of this? Or what is your overall character's feelings? Two, who do you think your primary suspect is right now? If you had to point the finger at anybody, who do you think it is and why? And three, what is your reason for doubting your number one suspect? What is the one thing that's holding you back from saying this person absolutely did it? So those three things, I think, are what I want each of your characters to kind of discuss right now. Sound good?
Okay.
And then if you want to add anything else, feel free to just talk about whatever you want. But those are the three that I want included.
Can we go back to the notes
We
page?
absolutely can. Let me... Okay. Notes page it is. It's Kyle, Alaric, Evie, Adom, Emmy over here. I'll make these a bit bigger for you so you can see them, but they're over here on the far right. Okay. So let's go with Kyle first. Initial thoughts, primary suspect, why you doubt your primary suspect.
Right now, Kyle's feeling skittish, like very nervous. After cause he likes Kaylin. He's him as a cool person. Like I don't know. He admires him because he's powerful in a way. Um, so he's kind of skittish, but he's also at the back of his head. He's just wondering why, like outside of this, outside the book of this whole story, he's wondering why Janusi wanted us to be in here. Is there like another plot to this? If you know what I mean.
Sure. Yeah.
But that's like behind his head. It's not like a primary thing.
Yeah, you're just curious. You know, you've been here.
Yeah.
It's an interesting bit of magic. Why would Janusi share it with you?
Yeah. And a primary suspect, I think I forgot who I picked last time. I know we were picking like at the end of this session of the last session, we were picking our
Yeah, just kind of discussing it. Yep.
I kind of forgot who I picked. I know I said it was none of the women. Uh, 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 I don't know. I forgot who I picked. Fuck. I didn't even take note of it. God dang it.
Just your gut reaction. Do you think it's Kazrin because Janusi loves Silvira now, so she was jealous and wanted to get back at Janusi? Silvira's. Say that again. Yeah, you can pick. Yeah, I know a couple of you think it was multiple people, which is logical. So if you have primary suspects, that's perfectly fine.
Well, since we discovered the what was it called, the Midnight Tears on the apothecary.
Apothecary. Yep. Apothecary.
Since we discovered that, and according to Nibbles, seeing a lizard person, there, but wasn't in the logs. My two primary suspects are either Bookworm or Outcrest.
Sure, that makes sense.
It's like the Midnight Tears is the source of the two people dying. So that's what I have.
Gotcha. What is your reasoning, or what is your one reason for not pointing the finger at them immediately? Like, not just accusing them and having them arrested right now. What is your doubt?
There's no direct evidence because Nibbles, according to him, he saw a lizard person, but he said he couldn't see them in colors. Can't see in colors, so we don't actually know if it was either of them.
Sure.
So I can't confirm who it was between the two. Yeah. Was there a third question?
That was it. That was the three.
Okay.
Your initial feelings, primary suspects, and why you might doubt those two primary suspects, and you answered those perfectly. And yeah, if there's anything else you wanted to add as Kyle, you're more than welcome to, but not required.
No, I think that's it.
I don't want to add anything unnecessarily, but I did discover that squirrels are dichromatic apparently, so they can see like they only have two cones in their eyes where we have three, so they essentially see in like shades of like yellow and gray, if that makes sense. So everything is like greens show up as almost this like yellow color, browns
Yeah.
and whites and tans show up as like gray kind of stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you if I see that way.
No. I mean, if you want to, but I would never enforce that on you. I would say Kirk.
It never occurred to me, so I don't.
Yeah, yeah. No, I completely understand. Kirka or Kirkpa are magical. It's a magical race. I would say that your vision is more or less fine. I wouldn't handicap your character like that.
So with the new knowledge about squirrels, does that change any information from Nibbles?
Not in this case, no. I mean, I mentioned it before that they couldn't see color and most of it was grays anyway. I would say that no. In this case, they wouldn't change anything that he said he saw.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, Alaric. What do you think? What's Alaric thinking?
Alaric is like he feels a bit of like frustration because he's not really a good detective, so he wants to get out of this, so he just wants to get this like over with so he can go back to the normal world, I guess.
Okay.
So frustration mainly.
Sure.
And his prime suspects originally it was between Selvera and Kazran, thinking that it probably motivated by jealousy and stuff. But then with more like evidence and with the recent murders and witnesses, possible witnesses, he shifts the like uh, mm, like the primary suspect became Bookworm and Alchrist. His reasoning why he thinks that is because he thought that it was like when um too many murders happening in the short span of time, and one of the powerful people that he thought he met was killed, so he thinks it's two-person it doing, and with the footprints, even though I don't think he was able to like see what kind of footprints, but it's like a beast, you said, or
Yeah,
something.
they were tiger-like. I think that was Emmy who. I'm sorry, not Evie. Evie discovered that they were like tiger-like in size. Um, but
Yeah,
yes,
so he thinks that it's possibly that might fit them. He's not really good at matching footsteps or of beasts or something, but
sure. I mean,
yeah.
you can always investigate their feet when you meet them the next time.
Yeah, and we didn't actually like spend too much time with them. And I think wasn't it one of them? Was it Bookworm? I think. Who's been lying or not telling the whole truth or something, covering up. I forgot.
I don't recall everything that you uncovered. I know I had you roll the insight check.
Yeah.
I think you did
and,
discover that she was being deceitful about one of the things she mentioned, but I don't know if any
uh,
of.
uh,
Yeah, I don't think I've disclosed what that possibly is. So
yeah, fair enough, fair enough. But yeah, that's that's his thought. They're
What is
working
what
together.
insight check?
say that again.
Uh,
Who's into insight check?
It was bookworms, SCOTUS.
Okay.
I think it was one of the things that you all asked about that something that she was being not entirely forthcoming about. So,
yeah, that
what's your one reason? What's Alaric's reason for not just having Bookworm and Alchrist imprisoned right now? What's the one thing holding you
uh,
back?
it's actually the same reason as what Kyle, because he's not really like the footprints. He's not really sure that it fits them perfectly, and with the S in the letter, it could be anybody, not just Skoda, and with the squirrel, couldn't really identify color, so it also could be any other
Yeah,
lizard like.
this is all pretty new evidence. You've only found one person that's even placed. Yeah, and there's other Dragonborn throughout Candlekeep. There's Dragonborn Avowed. There's all kinds of people. So
Yeah.
yeah, makes sense. Okay, perfect. Anything else that you'd like to share as Alaric?
And I don't think so. He just wants to process the new evidence a
Yeah,
little bit more.
awesome. Evie, how's Evie doing?
Um, Evie is kind of similar to Lark, a little like frustrated, but mostly just with a lot of she's feeling overwhelmed with like the information. And she feels like she gets a lead, but then something else comes in and throws a wrench in it essentially. But I'm thinking that her primary suspects are going to be Skoda and Alchrist as well. Uh, there's just been a lot that kind of points at them, makes them kind of look suspicious. But I don't know. Like I said, there's still so much like new evidence coming in, and I feel like the more answers we get, the more questions keep popping up as well. So it makes it really hard to point the finger. Definitely, you know.
I do.
So yeah.
Any additional thoughts or feelings from Evie?
Mm-mm.
Perfect. Adom.
Adom is on high alert.
Sure.
Given the fact that we've had the previous interactions with Kaylin and I guess the overall history of previous work, Adom was able to get a pretty good feel as to strength just from like just pressure. Just
Yeah,
when
yeah, yeah.
someone's radiating a certain degree of pressure. And the fact that someone like Kaylin is missing, one, Kaylin could have fought, if not taken out all of us when we encountered him. And B, if Kaylin is missing, that means whoever did that either rivals that strength or has the one up on him. Meaning
You knew who they
we
were.
have no choice but to be on high alert. So it's almost like instincts kicked in when Adom found out that Kaylin was missing, and adrenaline is now rushing in the system.
Sure.
So sleep is going to be next to none. Focus is on focus is basically falling back on training, and the same suspects as before for a while now, which are Skoda and Alchrist, are the only two that are on Adom's mind, given the fact that we don't truly know how powerful Skoda and Alcaristar. They don't really seem to be presenting as much, given the fact that they would even have certain conversations in their own native language, like in front of others, just to keep things between themselves. Already lets you know that they have certain private elements to themselves. And given the fact that there are certain things as like the tiger sized marks, stuff like that, alongside Skoda's reactions to certain things about Kaylin, overall just add too many puzzle pieces kind of just fit along this line. The only reason it is not an immediate suspicion to push forward with it is the fact that it's Candlekeep. Anything's possible in Candlekeep.
Yeah.
And just because two people could be involved with the primary doesn't mean they're the only ones who are necessarily involved in it. And should we condemn, go after, or pursue any person that may or may not be involved in this, who's to say someone else might not then see that as a chance to interfere if there are more than one, if not two people involved in this situation? There's
Yeah,
still
most
too many
definitely.
factors that are unconfirmed for this to be a definitive answer.
Okay. Anything else Adam's thinking, or any other things you'd like to share?
No.
Amy, all yours.
Emmy's frustrated as well, cause like, yeah, we um yeah, she's frustrated like everyone else, and she's confused and unsure.
That's fair. Your primary suspect or suspects.
It was Salvera, but now she's doubting it.
Sure. Okay. Who, what is you leading to doubting it?
Um um Cause it's she she she's not really sure. It's not making sense for her as she's working it around in her head. She's trying to fit all the pieces together, but it's not sticking. So she's unsure.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, you're all unsure, right?
Hmm.
Um. Okay. So, well, thank you all for sharing with what your characters are thinking. I will say that I'm glad you've been rolling high, because if you're frustrated with this amount of information, I can only imagine how frustrated you would be if you had rolled poorly. Because you guys have gotten so much, like, you're making huge progress, and the fact that you're able to even narrow it down and pick a couple people right now is usually a good thing. I think you're all doing very well. I know this is, like I said, the tone is a little bit different. The shift in this is a little bit different. How are we feeling as players? So we talked about how our characters are feeling. How are you guys feeling? Like, are your characters frustrated because you're frustrated, or are you just, how are you guys doing? Anybody have?
I'm doing okay.
Frustrated. Adam's not even frustrated.
Yeah.
Um, I'm just curious. Like the curiosity part of Kyle is also part of me. So I'm also curious, like, as to what is Genusi's plan outside of this story is, or like what lesson of all this could be. But that's it.
Sure.
Uh, a lot frustrated. I am more like I want to know what happened. I'm like, give me some answers. I want to know. Not in a bad way. Like I'm
Yeah.
like excited.
Good.
Yeah,
Who's
I think
who,
I'm like
like
kind of the same. Like I'm getting like slightly impatient, but that's just because I want to know already. Like I want to figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, this is our 10th session, I guess, doing this. So it has been a while. Like I said, I think I was expecting it to take around 12. So we might be a little bit behind as
Yeah.
far as that. But,
I
we're
would-
getting. Go ahead.
I wouldn't say like me myself that I'm like necessarily like frustrated like negatively or anything, but I'm just naturally kind of an impatient person whenever it comes to puzzle solving and things like that.
I understand.
So that's just me. But but yeah, I'm really curious. I want to figure it out and solve it.
So you guys are closer to doing that than you ever have been. So.
I hope so.
Bernadette, how are you? How are you doing?
I'm a bit confused. I mean, I'm curious of like who did it. Yeah. So, yeah.
Completely understand. Well, you should your characters after you're done with this. I will tell you, your characters will find out why they were thrown into a situation like this. Whether you or your characters find that as satisfying, that's really up to you. We'll see when we get there. You'll find out hopefully in a few sessions. But yeah, I will say that after all this is over, you will have a chance to speak with Janusi and have a conversation and discover why you're here. I guess if that makes any sense.
Okay.
So, going all the way back to the beginning, I mentioned, right, this is like stepping out of time. You've been transported into this book. This is like a world within a world kind of scenario, Inception style. So while the skills that you develop and the things that you learn while you're in this book world, you can take with you and translate into the real world. All of this is like a serialized version. As I mentioned before, the best way to describe it for me has been like those Halloween episodes of your favorite show, right? They're not canon, right? They don't mean anything. They don't add anything to the story. They're just a fun little side episode that people do. No one's being murdered in Boy Meets World, right? It's just kind of fun, right? No one's getting murdered in the Powerpuff Girls. Okay, just because someone goes missing, they'll be back the next episode, I promise. So, you will get a little bit of that when you get out, and like I said, it may or may not be satisfying to you or your character, but that's just how it goes. So, yeah, well then let's get started. We are going to turn it over to you guys. As I mentioned, does anybody want to stay on this screen for a little longer? Is anybody adding notes still, or anybody have any questions about anyone on here?
No.
Okay, perfect. Then we'll go back to this map for the time being, just so you guys get an idea of where you're still at over here on the Ponte Peramor. Like I said, it is probably afternoon time, and you can do whatever you want. You are free to wander. If you want direction, like I said, Fimbris and Todrick have mentioned that maybe it's time to report your findings back to Skoda, back to Bookworm, but you are your own people, and you can do your own things. So if you'd like to go somewhere else, then that's your own prerogative. So you let me know.
Well, can't keep the boss waiting.
Yeah.
We don't want her too frustrated anymore.
Great.
She
She might murk somebody.
Yep, literally.
Yeah, I don't want to be the next one to fall next to that person.
She's gonna have to fight me.
I don't want to experience death again.
Me neither, trust me.
Emmy might wake up as another class altogether. Her death was pretty traumatic. Who knows?
Right.
She might
Was
wake up
that
as a wizard next time.
She's
Maybe
not
so-
smart enough to be a wizard.
At
Emmy
least
the
God
bard.
has her eye on her.
Damn.
A
Candlekeep
bard.
Isekai. What's going on?
Okay, so it sounds like Kyle wants to go to Skoda. Any Alaric, Evie, Adom, Emmy, any objections or any other ideas?
Double.
I'm down to do
No.
that.
Mm-mm.
Then, on the advice of Todrick and Fimbris, and without any other ideas in place, you decide to go ahead and make your way away from the Ponte Peramor and back into Exaltation. So you follow the path up and around and make your way through one of the northern entrances there and find yourself, if I can find it, here we go. I have to rearrange some tokens, but it's perfectly fine. You guys find yourself back in the hall, or at least close to it, with Fimbris here, and I don't know where Todrick is. He's just not here, I guess. He will be. And then, you know what? No, I'm going to say that we'll say that for the sake of story and narrative, Todrick leaves you partway through to go meet with some of the other Watchers and to talk with the Watchers that were on duty last night to see if they heard or saw anything near the Ponte Peramor in regards to what you all investigated. So we just won't add him to the story here. He'll go and do his own thing as we go. But Fimbris goes ahead and takes you directly there. I just need to rearrange these things so we have a good talking order. Actually, was it Evie Adam? Is that what it was? Yeah, it was Evie was third. That's
yeah.
correct. Okay. There we go. So we've got our order. You guys have arrived. I'm sorry. There's no one outside. There, Fimbris goes ahead and knocks and enters. And sure enough, you do in fact find Skoda and Alchrist, and they appear to be leaving as you all are coming in. And Skoda mentions, "Oh, it's you all. Have you discovered where Caitlin went to?"
No, not quite yet, but we did want to talk with you privately if you had time.
I don't really have much time, but if we can make it quick, then by all means.
Privately.
Sorry, what was that?
Privately.
Without Alchrist here?
Yes.
Skoda gives kind of looks over at Alchrist and looks to the party and very well. Alchrist, please wait outside. And Alchrist nods, as you say, and as he passes by, he says, "I am still looking forward to speaking with you all, whenever you have the time, or whenever I have the time, or whenever we have the time," and kind of chuckles as he pushes past and kind of exits out the room and
Did
goes
we
out
not
the door.
talk to him yet still?
You have still not talked
Yeah,
to him.
I
no.
was.
If
I was gonna.
if you
I was gonna
recall,
suggest.
oh, go ahead, Alchrist. I'm sorry, not Alchrist, but
I
Alert.
was
Whoever
gonna
you are.
suggest if we didn't go to Skoda that we finally have our talk session with Elchrist, but we can't keep the bus waiting.
Yeah, so you were supposed to, if you recall, you met with him the last night at the service, and you scheduled a meeting for him this morning. But due to Darl's murder or Darl's death, and then the investigation of Kaylin, you have not gotten the chance to do that this morning. And this would be the first time you're seeing him on day 2. So no, you have not had an official interview with Alchrist as of yet. But now you are alone with Skoda.
I mean, as long as he stays outside, right?
Here I go again.
Oh God.
All right.
Unhinged.
All right, we are alone. How can I help you?
Do should, I look at the group? Should we start telling her everything, or
Well, considering she's kind of out of character, considering she's kind of like one of our top suspects, maybe we shouldn't tell her everything.
Not everything.
okay?
Definitely not
Just,
the marks.
not the marks. What else? Not what
Maybe
Nimble said.
maybe ask. We should ask about if she knows about what happened at the bridge or heard of it.
No, I don't think she's there or heard of it. That's why we were there.
Weren't there guards there too?
So we can ask, like, we can update her on the situation at the bridge and see if she's heard anything about it.
To answer your question, to the best of your knowledge, your group, and along with Todrick and potentially Fimbris, you all are the first to discover any kind of incident occurring at the Ponte Paramore last night, with the exception of obviously the people who were there that were part of the struggle, right? So, obviously, you all, some of you suspect Skoda of being a suspect, but if you're treating her like the person who hired you, which she did, she would not be aware of what happened last night. You would be reporting to her and telling her all the details.
Well, then let's tell her about what happened, like what we found at the bridge, so we can kind of regain some of her favor back, since we kind of hurt her feelings last time.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
I think that'd be the only smart thing to do.
We don't have to tell her what we think. It's just what we found, because that's our job.
Exactly.
Yeah. Like
And then
relay
we
the
can go
information.
bother Alchrist and explain to
Yeah.
him why we
Yeah, let's
Mm,
just tell her
are meeting.
what we found about Caitlin specifically.
Okay. Is there anything specifically that you would like to share? Or are you just going based on, or
we
let's
we told her about the letter that we found on his table about someone talking to him at midnight.
let's take a step back, actually. Is there anything that you all would like to exclude from telling her? Let's go down the list. Kyle, is there anything you would not like to share with Skoda?
Things relating to the midnight tears. So anything that Nibbles said.
Wait, in regards to seeing a lizard folk, or in regards to the poison at all?
I thought we
seeing the
weren't
lizard
talking
folk.
about that. I thought we were just talking about the bridge.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
so
what
you want to
I-
confine your conversation to investigating Kaylin's disappearance.
Yes.
Okay. So is there anything in regards? So from the time you entered the Sea Warden's tower, entered Kaylin's room, to right now, is there anything that you all would like, that Kyle would like to exclude?
No.
Okay.
The
Oh,
marks.
Alaric. Yeah, we're just going to go down the list. Alaric, anything that you would like to exclude?
From the bridge incident?
From Kaylin's room this morning to investigating, so the Sea Warden's tower, so the letter you found, all the books you found there, to right now. So yes, that includes the bridge.
I don't think that I want to exclude anything from that except my feelings. How I
Yeah, of
feel
course.
about. Yeah,
Yeah, we're just
that's
sharing
yeah.
facts. If there's anything you'd like to share with her specifically or personally, you're more than welcome to do that, but just going on the facts. Okay, nothing to exclude there.
No.
Should we tell her about the midnight tears though, but not the who that what
Well-
Nibble said?
Well, maybe not right now. Right now, we're just talking about Kaylin because
Right.
we still haven't talked to Alchrist. So I don't think we should share anything about the other part of our investigation right now with her. That's why we're telling her about this bridge thing, so she still thinks that we're giving her information as we get it.
Right. Okay.
Evie, anything you'd like to exclude?
Nothing specific now.
Adom, you want to exclude the tracks? Is there anything else that you'd like to exclude?
Anything that would be unnecessary towards the disappearance of Kaylin, I think we should exclude.
Okay. And Emmy, anything that you'd like to exclude?
No. I agree with the others.
Okay. So you all kind of start to describe little bits and pieces. You know, a couple of you are more vocal than others, but more or less you start to describe what happened after you left Skoda and headed towards the Sea Warden's tower. You reveal the note that you found there, signed by someone by the letter S, telling him to meet them at the Ponte Paramore. Skoda, you can see a look on her face, kind of confused. And she mentions, like, I don't recall Kaylin having any romantic relationships with anyone here, but it is the holiday time. Sometimes short soirees are bound to happen. And you continue on with going to the Ponte Paramore. You describe that it looked like there was a struggle there. It looked like someone had been pushed over the edges, and other than some various drops of blood, and you found the chains. You found those 3 links, and there were a couple sets of footprints that you couldn't identify. Everything else is pretty much shared. And upon mentioning the last little bit about the links of the chain, she kind of stiffens a little bit. And those chain links, do you still have them on you?
I don't.
Yeah,
think
so.
why?
Do we?
Do we? I don't think we picked him up.
Did we not?
I don't.
No.
I don't think it occurred to me to pick it up.
I can't imagine
Yeah.
we just leave it.
I
If none of you have them in your inventory, then we will have to assume that you did not pick them up.
Okay,
let me
so
check.
but still, why?
She pulls a chain out from under her like Cossack, and she shows the chain look like this. And I need everyone here now to roll a let's say a
Insight, maybe?
insight's a person. It's probably gonna be, I'll let you choose. I'll let you choose between either a perception check or an investigation check, whichever you think your character would be better at.
Perception.
Honestly, it shouldn't even be perception, but I'm going to give it to you because I don't really.
Let me,
Okay, well, Evie can see the grains of metal that are embedded into the chain itself.
And I was blind as hell.
It's all good. Evie, what did you decide to roll? Insight or perception?
Perception.
Okay.
Wait, insight? You mean
You can either, I'm sorry, investigation or perception, whichever you wanted to roll. Alaric, what was your total roll? Is that your total?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, luckily for all of you, none of you really recognize it because, due to the blood and the footprints, the 3 chain links missing or sitting in the snow are kind of irrelevant to you. I will say, Alaric, you remember that Todrick did collect those. So he, probably being a little bit more experienced than all of you as far as like investigating and guarding and that kind of thing, you do remember that he picked them up. But Evie, you recall, you took a little look at them. They were kind of out of place, but not as important to you. But they do match the chain that Skoda is currently wearing.
Okay. And so I'm going to tell her that it's the same one. Or to tell my party that I recognize it.
Skoda gets a worried look on her face, and that is what I was afraid of. But thank you. Is there anything else that you all have found?
Question to everybody out of character. Are we talking about the tracks or no?
You've not talked about the tracks. You did not mention those to her. Adom requested that they be excluded, so for his reasons, you guys have excluded them from talking to her or sharing them with her.
Yeah, just double checking because I don't want to say anything that the team do not want to.
You did mention you found footprints that you couldn't identify. So you didn't mention that the footprints happened to be claw marks. You didn't mention that they were humanoid. You just said you found tracks that you were unable to identify in this case. So Skoda is aware that you found something or evidence of someone being there, but doesn't know any more than that.
Out of character?
Sure.
If you disagree with even just me, because I'm the only one who was the one who mentioned this, if you guys wanted to say it, go ahead. Just know that like Adam's gonna defer to that. Like he's gonna have a different opinion about it.
Each of
So
your opinions are
if
valid.
you want to go against that, that's on you. Go be in character.
Well,
Just know Adam will feel a way about it. That's it.
No. It's
Jonathan did describe it as tiger-like claws, so that could be anything.
To you, I mean, you guys can look
Yeah,
at her
to
feet
us.
if you want. You can see. You guys are smart. I mean,
actually, I was if it was my turn, I was actually gonna do that, like see if I could, make any sort of similarities, like stare at her feet and try to match it mentally.
I don't know if
Adam?
notice you try to stare. Oh, pardon
Yeah,
me. I'm saying she might notice you try to stare, so try to sneak it.
maybe.
I don't know about staring at her feet.
Yeah, sneaky. Of course, I've been being sneaky, not like right out,
Now
walk
you
up to
said
her and
stealthy
look
like
down.
laser beam feet.
No.
That's fine. Is anyone else wanting to look at Skoda's feet, or are we gonna leave it up to? Are we gonna leave it up to Alaric?
When you put it that way, it sounds horrible.
Hey, look, I don't judge Alaric and people's fetishes. Okay, if you personally, I think feet are disgusting. I don't ever want to see them ever. But you do you, Alaric. Laura, no judgment here.
Stop. It's for investigation.
Sure it is. Yeah, I get you. It's fine. It's your
Right.
investigation. Yeah. I
Alright.
sometimes do some investigating too. Not a feat, but we all do a little
So-
investigating sometime.
So yeah, if it's is it Alaric's turn at the moment?
Kind of have forgone turns for a little bit, which is perfectly fine. We just shared what you heard or what you saw. She asked about the chains, and now we haven't really done anything else. She mentioned that our Evie,
Did she tell us what the chains were for?
you have not asked, and she did not share yet. No. So if you'd like, we can go in talking order from there on. So after that exchange, we'll go in talking order. Before we make any rolls, I'll have everybody decide what they want to do or ask, and then we'll just do that. So let's start at the top with Kyle. Kyle, what's after that short exchange? Is there anything that you would like to talk about or do?
Mm.
Is that a huh? Okay, I didn't know if that was a huh or a no. Sorry.
uh, I, for some reason, I want to mention the Midnight Tears, but just to see her reaction.
Sure.
But I don't know how I would lead that in a way.
Like I said, she's asking if you've discovered anything else. So you're more than willing. You're more than welcome to share whatever you like, and then you can try to read her response as you go. But completely up to you.
Just don't want to upset my teammates.
Out of character, Alaric wouldn't really care if you share it or not.
Yeah,
He doesn't.
I would
if-
just say that I will mention the Midnight Tears, that we discovered the Midnight Tears, but I wouldn't mention that Nibbles saw a lizard person that wasn't in the logs.
Yeah,
That
I
could have
think that.
potentially
Keep that one out.
that could have potentially stolen the Midnight Tears.
Yeah,
Yeah, I guess I would say that, and that the Midnight Tears was more of an accidental situation for Daryl in his case, that he might have taken something that had the Midnight Tears, and he might have died due to that. It wasn't an actual murder. Yeah.
So I mean, she listens rapidly as Kyle mentions. After discovering Daryl's death, she you before you went to investigate Kaylin's quarters, that you went to the apothecary and spoke with Lewin and discovered that the evidence, or the evidence points to it being Midnight Tears. And, she seems a little taken aback at first.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if I could make an insight check as I was mentioning this.
Sure, yeah. Go ahead and have rolls at the end, because if everybody
Sure.
wants to do things together, then I'd rather
Sure.
prefer that. But she seems a little taken back, and she's like, it seemed apparent that Darl was poisoned, but you believe Janusi was poisoned as well?
Yeah, it could have possibly been before his heart was taken.
She shakes her head a little bit, and that is disturbing. I can't imagine why he would be poisoned and hacked to bits, but I trust you to figure that out. But
Yep.
my goodness. Okay, Alaric, anything?
He's not really gonna add anything, but what he's gonna do is he's gonna look down a bit so his hood, covers his where he's looking at, and he's gonna try to see if the feet, if the footprints, trying to match it mentally.
Evie?
She wants to circle back and ask her why the chains were what the chains were used for, and what she knows about them.
Sure. She mentions, or she goes into detail. I'm sure you're aware, but that there are many dangerous areas of Candlekeep, and some areas that are not permitted by many to go to other than the readers ourselves. And many of us on these chains carry distinct keys to some of those places. Some require more than one key to open, and there are only a few of us that have such keys. But Janusi obviously had one. I took that for myself, and Kaylin was supposed to have the other. And if his chain has been taken, then someone else has that key.
Wait, what was the key for?
She didn't say.
Oh,
Again, she just said that there are keys to several places within Candlekeep. Some places require more than one key. She has the one that Janusi had before, and Kaylin had the other.
what did Kaylin's key open?
I'm gonna have to have you roll probably a persuasion check on that one. We'll do rolls at the end though. So,
Okay.
Adom, what do you got?
Adom is currently has his hand over his eyes, just after being so focused for so long, he's rubbing his eyes, but while his hand is above his face, with one eye open where Skoda can't see, glances down just to see the dimensions of her feet.
Emmy, what's Emmy up to? Do you have any questions, or is she going to do anything as well?
No. Sorry.
You're good. Okay, so it looks like Kyle got some information, so I don't think I need to roll from Kyle. Alaric and Adom, I need you to roll a perception check and a stealth check back to back. Adom, you can roll with advantage since you are trying to mask your perception check. I'm sorry, you can roll your stealth check with advantage, not your perception check. So, yeah. Alaric and Adom both roll perception. Alaric and Adom both roll stealth. Adom, you can roll stealth with advantage. Evie, you are going to roll me a persuasion check in regards to asking Skoda about the key. I will allow you to roll with advantage as well. What am I waiting for?
I got 19 on my
I thought someone said. I'm sorry. I thought someone said wait.
No,
I thought
I said sweet.
Okay, yeah, you can roll with advantage because you all decided to share information with Skoda.
Well,
You're-
I rolled like trash, so it didn't matter.
Okay.
Quite a quick question. Do I roll with advantage the stealth because of I put the hood on?
Can I use my
No?
inspiration and re-roll?
You can.
Okay.
Alaric, no. Evie, yes. Alaric, your cloak is good for sneaking around. You're trying to be stealthy in a different way, so it's
Fair
So
enough.
I got 19 on the perception check,
okay.
22 on the stealth check.
Okay, perfect. Alaric, what was your perception and stealth?
Stealth is 22 in total. Let me roll perception right now, actually.
Your stealth was 22?
Yeah, stealth
Okay.
22.
Gotcha.
And perception is 18.
So both of you get away with it. Skoda doesn't recognize anything. Maybe because of Evie's questions, you guys are, taking the time to look while she's distracted with conversation. So you are able to see, to the best of your knowledge, the claws on Skoda's feet aren't nearly as large as the marks that you saw in the snow and the ice. These tiger-like claws, being a dragonborn, she's big, right? But she's not large. She's relatively the same size as, Evie standing tall, or even Adom, maybe a couple inches taller and bulkier, but she's still a medium-sized creature. And it seems like the claw marks that were left in the snow or the ice were quite a bit larger than what Skoda's feet present. Evie, you rolled a 14. Is that total? 14 total?
Yeah.
Let's see. What do I want to roll? I might just roll it competing, like contested. She doesn't have anything as far as charisma goes. Would be charisma? Sure, why the hell not? Okay, she failed, luckily for you.
Yay.
So she glances over her shoulder at your question, and she says a word. Actually, she looks at Fimbris and Fimbris, step outside with Alcris for just one moment. And Fimbris is kind of stirred. He didn't really expect to be addressed at this time. But Fimbris snaps to attention again, and not like military attention, but he comes to, and he says, "Yes, First Reader," and steps outside behind Kyle, and sure enough disappears out the door and closes it. And Skoda says a word, and essentially the door itself, you can feel it. Evie, Emmy, even Alaric and Kyle, probably, you can sense the magic as the door behind you seals, and any errant noises that you could hear outside the door before, Alchrist, you can hear Alchrist greeting Fimbris, but as the door seals, all sound is blocked out. As Skoda goes to answer Evie's question, and Skoda responds that the key that the the keeper of the tomes and that Kaelin was responsible for belongs to the High Tower here at Candlekeep. It's one of our more prestigious libraries and contains information that, well, truly can end worlds without bandying any words.
Okay.
Nice.
Fortunately, it requires 2 keys, and I still have mine. That being said, I'm glad that I have it. If it was on Janusi's body before, I imagine the murderer would have taken it with him.
Oh no.
Him?
But I will say, if Kaelin truly is gone, then it's quite possible that they have his key, which means they're one step closer.
Who
Yeah.
this? I asked her who want that kind of power.
Who wouldn't?
Candlekeep. You never know.
I mean, in a lot of the knowledge here at Candlekeep is accessible to everyone, especially the readers. But the keeper is the only one that has access to the High Tower. It's kind of his It's one of his privileges for being there. He's voted in by the council, and he's deemed responsible to tend to the tower's works and do with them as he sees fit. I don't know of any of the readers that would kill for that kind of power. I mean, I just don't know. It's it definitely raises the stakes a bit, so to speak.
What else does the tower do? Does it just do destroy worlds?
There is magic in the tower that is responsible for protecting Candlekeep. I'm sure as you approached Candlekeep, you were aware that there are magical defenses along the walls that prevent you from climbing over or flying over, or
Right.
again, the magics that prevent fires from being spread throughout Candlekeep. Well, all of that magic is contained within the high tower itself. If the high tower were damaged or destroyed or turned off, so to speak, then the magics protecting Candlekeep would also disappear, which means anyone could access Candlekeep and gain access to a myriad of knowledge and artifacts and any number of things deemed too dangerous to be given to normal people.
Hmm.
As you all are deliberating or discussing amongst yourselves, you do, Evie, Kyle, I need you to go ahead and roll a perception check. I'm so sorry, Kyle. You wanted to roll an insight check on Skoda. I misspoke earlier. I said you didn't need to roll anything, but you specifically asked to roll insight. I will allow you now because I made the mistake. You can go ahead and roll insight with advantage, and I'll do my best to give you some information on that. I apologize. After you roll the insight check, I will need you and Evie to roll a perception check.
Okay.
Evie, you can roll it now if you want. It's not a big deal. Alaric, you can roll with disadvantage. Doesn't matter. Evie just rolling like a monster
What?
today. She's turned on the hacks.
What? Rolling disadvantage, what again?
Perception check. It doesn't
Why?
matter.
I'll do it for the fun.
How about you roll the
I'll-
dice and you let me tell you why? How about that? How about we pretend I know what I'm doing here?
I got a
Okay,
20
okay.
I'm
for-
just kidding.
I
That
rolled
was your
shit
insight
today.
check.
Yeah.
That's 27.
Are we rolling?
No, it's 20.
Oh, 20. That's fine. No. It's just Kyle's rolling an insight check and then a perception check, but it doesn't matter. Kyle, Evie's gonna hear it, so you're fine. What do I want to give you, Kyle?
Well, my initial idea was to see her reaction as I was mentioning the Midnight Tears, her, like, if she knew about it or uh in a way.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
She seemed more surprised that Daryl died that way. Daryl, there you go. Darryl died that way. You guys got me calling him Daryl now too. Darryl died that way than she did that Janusi died that way.
I thought we officially changed his name to Daryl.
No, I cannot. That's my no. You did. You could call him whatever you want. Daryl, Carl. Yes. Okay, so she seemed more surprised that Darryl died that way than Janusi did. That's what I'll give you. Evie, you hear behind you like a very muffled knock. As I mentioned before, when Skoda placed that spell over the door, everything outside went silent. But you can hear this, like, it sounds very faint to you, but it does sound pretty insistent. It's just like this dull thudding on the outside of the door. What you do with that information is yours. Alaric, Kyle, you both hear it as well because Evie is rolling like a boss. Evie draws her attention to it, and after she's drawn to it, Kyle, Alaric, you can hear it as well. But that is where we are at. Boom.
Do we have anything else we want to ask before we open the door?
Um,
Nope.
Evie, are you letting Skoda know about the door, or are you trying to open it yourself?
I'll let her know about it.
Sure. Skoda looks out the window, turns around and looks out one of the windows, and yes, my goodness, and you can see she speaks another word, and the spell over the door ends. And as it ends, you can hear that dull thudding is now like the pounding of a door, or the pounding, on the door, not of the door, but as does Evie. Fimbris, Alcris kind of opens the door and almost stumbles inside into you guys. Fimbris does as well. And Alcris is on Skoda. Is everything okay here? And Fimbris is like huffing and puffing, and Skoda turns and yes, Alcris, we just had something important to discuss. Is something else the matter, or were you just worried about me? Well, yes, of course I was worried about you, but there's also the tournament to consider. It starts very soon, and your presence is required. And Skoda, yes, I recall. She turns to the rest of you. Is there anything else I can help you with? It seems like my time here has run out.
Shouldn't we ask her, like, why she's still doing the tournament? Wasn't that, like, a whole issue?
It was something that you recall Fimbris and Todrick having a conversation with outside of the bathhouse. But you can ask her about it if you wish. But
Okay.
okay. Yes, I do agree with you that it is a bit uncouth, but to be fair, it had been planned for quite a long time, and it's just too much to cancel at this juncture. We have a tournament such as this on the 2nd of every month, and the Avowed do dearly look forward to it. And with the sudden deaths the last couple of days, our gate warden missing, now I just assumed a little normalcy might be for the best. At least it'll provide some kind of distraction for everyone here before we have to have potentially another memorial service, although I dare say fewer will attend Darrell's service than Janusi. But regardless, what's done is done, and I imagine the cathedral is full now. You all should come. I imagined everyone will be there. You could look around. You could ask people questions. You could do all kinds of things if you wished. But either way, I must attend, and Alcris is, I'm sure, to attend, and Fimbris will probably want to attend as well.
I walk up to her, and since the silence is gone, I whisper to her I'll ask her if the key is similar to, if both keys are similar, in like if they look the same.
Go ahead and roll a stealth check for me.
Okay. Oh please, God! I've been rolling like shit. Oh wait, I have +10. Never mind.
+10 to stealth.
Yeah. 22.
The whisper you were able to kind of disguise it well, as far as what you're whispering to her. You step up and you kind of oh well, if you're heading off to a tournament, you need to be presentable, and you kind of like go to straighten her robes a little bit and brush off some like a non-existent piece of lint or dust off of her shoulder, and you do whisper, and she is taken aback, but she looks at you and then looks at the two on the other side of the room, and they don't seem to be suspicious at all, and she just looks back at you and one quick nod. Yes, thank you. I do appreciate that. But I really must be off now. So she confirms that, yes, the two keys are similar. They're, take that what you will to nod the question you asked, but yes, they are similar.
When we were talking, when she mentioned the key when the sun was up and everything, uh, she didn't show us the key, right?
No, she showed you that she kind of pulled a chain out of her collar a little bit, but you couldn't necessarily see what was attached to it.
And right now, she just showed it to me.
No.
No,
She
okay.
stowed it away after Evie's conversation, or before Evie's conversation with her in regards to what the keys were about. She pulled out the necklace or the chain to ask essentially, was it similar to this one? And once it was confirmed, Evie confirmed, she placed it back under her collar and said, "That's what I was afraid of." So it is not out now in view of anybody, including yourself.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's it.
Alaric, anything that you'd like to do, or ask, or say to anyone here before she leaves, before they all leave potentially?
Oh, fuck. Are we not
No,
gonna interview Chris?
but yeah, I do want to meet Elchrist, but not here though, on the privately, because I don't want I don't want to be like out of character, like in Skoda influencer or something, you know, if there is anything.
I mean, are you going to mention it to him at all, or are you just keeping it to yourself?
Uh, what I just said, I said that out of character.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Yeah. But right now he doesn't want to say anything until they're alone.
Evie,
No.
Adam,
No.
and Emmy.
No.
Okay. So Skoda does go ahead and pass through and asks, "Are you all coming? Will you attend as well?"
I guess.
I mean,
But I thought we
yeah.
were gonna interview Chris.
Do we have time to before
Do we
this?
have time?
I, whoever, I will let Kyle, Evie, and Alaric, since you all just mentioned it, I will allow you to roll another persuasion check against Elchrist, essentially, and Skoda, potentially.
Okay.
Wait, say that again. Roll
Kyle,
a
Alaric, Evie, you're rolling a persuasion check.
persuasion. Okay, Louis.
17.
They both.
Um,
Go ahead, Alaric.
yeah, I'm just rolling.
Perfect. They both rolled incredibly low. They seem a little bit frazzled. Alchrist kind of seems taken aback. Skoda kind of shrugs her shoulders. Go ahead, Alchrist. Answer their questions quickly and meet me at the arena when you're done. Fimbris, will you come with me? And Fimbris nods his head and agrees. As she's leaving, she says, "Alchrist will take you to the arena once your questioning is done, but please do make it quick. The event does start soon." And Skoda and Fimbris both depart out the door. Alchrist goes ahead and steps inside and closes the door behind him and kind of walks around and steps to the other side to kind of point this out. Um, I I do really look forward to talking to you, but and I do hate to make this abrupt, but I do need to be there at the tournament as well, if not just to show support to my aunt. I'm sure you can assume, or rather, I'm sure you can imagine, this is a very stressful time for her, and for us all, really, but particularly her.
I understand, but is this not of vital importance?
I would agree that it is, but the dead will remain dead regardless of when the questions are asked, yes?
But this dead person is of vital importance. He's
He
a valuable person.
he
Is he
was of
not?
vital importance. He no longer is.
Okay. So his title didn't matter. No.
His title is no longer his. I agree with you. I liked Janusi. Janusi was a good man and he was a good keeper, but I have to worry about the people who are still alive now. Yes, it's your job to worry about the dead and to find justice. It's my job to take care of my aunt and make sure that Candlekeep is running as well as it can. Yes? If we all stopped attending to our duties and focused 100% on Janusi's death, Candlekeep would collapse, and there's a good chance that many more people would be murdered, which I must say is rather disappointing. I did not like Darl, but if Darl's dead, that doesn't bode well for the rest of us. And while Kalen may or may not have been losing it, according to some people, he was still very good as a gate warden, and his death is certainly a shock. So, if he is dead, I should say. Anyway, regardless, what questions do you have for me? I assume you want to know where I've been the last couple of days before Janusi's death. Yes.
Yes. Let's start with the beginning before the Winter's Crest dinner.
Yes, of course. It was on the Deadwinter's Eve. It was at.
Yes. Deadwinter's Eve. Yeah.
Yes, I, like all the other readers, had our meeting with Janusi that morning. It was brief but productive. Janusi said he was happy with my work and said that I had great leadership potential, which meant a lot coming from him, and especially because my aunt is, a little bit more severe, I would say, and a little more judgmental than he necessarily was. He asked about any new topics that I had planned on researching in the coming year, and we had a brief conversation about that, but I was in and out of his office in less than half an hour, I would say. Is everybody there?
Okay.
I didn't disconnect, right?
You're here.
Okay. Do you want him to continue about his day?
So he was there for an hour. So yes.
Half an hour,
Half
or
an
less. After my meeting with Janusi, I conducted some more studies before the Deadwinter feast that afternoon. I oftentimes spend a lot of my time in the arcane libraries in the High Tower. My studies are often pretty volatile, so the rooms there provide some magical protections and don't allow any of my magics to escape. So I was there for a good part of the afternoon, here and there. It was Deadwinter's Eve after all, so I may have gone out and about a time or two, but most of my time was spent there. I do believe.
What is your specialization?
I am my specialization is warfare, politics, and military history.
Interesting.
I read stories of wars of the past, and some of those old magics have either fallen to disuse or have been forgotten entirely, and I find great pleasure in trying to recreate them. I discover essentially how battles were won through magic.
You said warfare, politics, and what?
Politics, warfare, and military history.
Thank you.
It's pretty fascinating, I will say.
I certainly think so. It's unfortunately, war seems to be the only constant in life these days, and I like to be on the winning side of things, if you know what I mean.
Right.
And how long were you? This is my last question. How long were you in your studies?
As I said, off and on. I believe later in the afternoon I did go to the Tower's War Library. I sometimes like to watch the old holographic reenactments of the famous Toril battles and such. Again, it's a guilty pleasure of mine. So I believe shortly after, I think I just went to breakfast. I believe I had an late breakfast, early lunch after my meeting with Janusi. And then I did some studies in the high tower, and then I don't know, late afternoon I believe is when I went to go to the war library and watched watched the reenactments. And then I went to attend the dinner at around 5.
Okay. Out of character. Didn't the dinner start at 8?
It was from 5 to 8.
Oh, okay, okay. That's all my questions so far.
Are you there?
She's muted.
Oh, she is muted. Okay, we'll come back to her. Evie.
Um, I wanted to go back to you mentioned Halen and how there's talk of him losing it. What do you mean by that exactly?
I'm sorry, I probably spoke out of turn. My aunt mentioned some conversations between her and Janusi in regards to Kalen being more wrapped up in his own studies lately than the defense of Candlekeep. I'm sure it was just spoken out of frustration, but I must say, with Janusi's death and Darrell's death and Kalen now missing, I don't know. It's hard to deny that it's quite the possibility.
Okay. And then as far as dinner and after dinner, was dinner for you, and what did you do for the rest of the night afterwards?
Dinner was about as it usually is, cordial, but you know, personal personal issues always seem to arise at those things. There was some tension between Janusi and Darrell and Silvira, give and take throughout the night. I'm sure you're aware already that Silvara left early, and Darrell left sometime a bit as well. I believe Silvira left sooner than everyone else after potentially a rude comment from Darrell himself. But regardless, everyone else seemed to be in good spirits. Janusi said some kind things about everyone, and I enjoyed it. After dinner, I did what most of us readers do. I wandered I wandered Exaltation and had some snacks and some early drinks with some of the other avowed, and then I believe it was around 11 p.m., maybe a little earlier. I don't recall. I went to my aunt's chambers to enjoy the rest of Deadwinter's Eve. We shared some wine and we played a game of backgammon, and then I turned in for the night.
About what time do you think that you left to go home or to go to bed?
I do believe I did hear the midnight bells before turning in for the evening. I think by that time, both me and my aunt were both equally tired and frustrated with our game, so we settled in for the evening. Well, she settled in for the evening, and I departed back to my room.
Did you go right to bed or did you stay up for a while?
Oh yes, my room is just down the hall. All of us readers stay in the same tower, so I left her room and went directly to mine.
That doesn't answer my question. Did you go to sleep or did you stay up?
I believe I fell asleep. I may have been reading a book, but no, I turned in for the night. It was late, and it had been a long day.
Okay, I was just wondering if maybe you heard anything or saw anything in the late hours.
No, not at all. I must have fallen asleep pretty quickly after, but no, nothing woke me up after I departed.
Okay, and then am I able to ask another question?
Let's let Adam and Emmy ask their questions, and then if yours isn't answered or asked, then we'll come back to you.
Okay, Laura's back, by the way.
Okay,
Yeah, sorry, I was in the bathroom.
no problem. Do you have any questions in particular you'd like to ask Alchrist?
Uh, we ask him about where he was and the general questions that we ask everybody?
Yes.
pretty much.
Okay. Then I need a minute after everybody to see what I want to ask.
That's fine. Adom?
I don't have any more questions compared to what has already been said.
Okay. Emmy?
Um, Emmy, Emmy has a question. You said Kalen was too worried about his studies. Isn't he the head guard?
Yes, that's why it was kind of concerning. I mean, he's a scholar as well. We're all scholars here. I'm sure you've been told by many of us that the readers, while we do have responsibilities to Candlekeep, we also have our own personal projects and focuses that we care to attend to. And Kalen was no exception. All of the priests and the guards and the mages, everyone who works here obviously came to Candlekeep for the same reason, to gain access to information of some kind. The problem that seemed to arose, and again, this is all secondhand information from me and just some general musings, and again, discussion of frustrations between my aunt potentially, and Janusi, and maybe even Kalen himself. The balance tended to side more with the personal research with Kalen. He, again, these are rumors that I'm hearing. He failed to attend morning meetings with the Watchers and left that to Todrick. He left the nightly rounds to Todrick as well. He often spent more time in the catacombs of Candlekeep than he did above ground. And as I'm sure you're aware, the threat to Candlekeep is probably going to come from above rather than below.
Alright. Do you know what his personal studying was?
I don't know the specifics, but I believed he had a fondness for the old gods, the dead gods, the gods that nobody worshipped any longer.
Alright.
I think Kyle discovered some of that stuff in his room earlier. You guys can have a conversation with that about that later.
Hmm.
Okay, everybody's had a chance. I'm sorry. I mean, did you have any other questions?
No.
Good questions. Anybody else? Emmy or Evie, do you still have your question? Anybody else have any questions as well?
Was Laura gonna?
I wanted to ask, this is out of character. I wanted to ask if he like visited the place. Is it alchemist place?
The apothecary?
Yeah. Like, does he like? Do you guys think it's a good question to ask, or should I uh not ask it?
Um,
I don't object to
You
it.
can ask if he's been to the apothecary, like if he frequents it for his studies.
Okay, then. Alark will ask if he, he like occasionally or often visits the apothecary.
Yeah. Master Lewin is very helpful. As I mentioned before, with my focus on military warfare, magic isn't the only tool at people's disposals. Goblins like to coat their arrows and blades in, well, unmentionable things. Um, Many other non-magical forces tend to use herbs and poisons and potions and all kinds of things. Lewin is a, a font of knowledge when it comes to that. So yes, I often visit Lewin's shop and converse with him
okay.
about. I mean, I like to study on my own. As I said, most of my magics are done within Hightower itself. But if I have a specific question that I can't find in a book somewhere, Lewin tends to know how to point me in the right direction.
Uh,
When was the last time you were
Kate,
there?
Um, out of character. When, fuck, what was his name? Uh, the main owner of the apothecary. What was his name?
Lewin?
Lowen, yeah. When he was looking at the logs, did he ever mention?
His ledger did
Did,
his
did he say
ledger.
anything? Any names?
You never asked, so
Right.
you don't know. But his ledger was primarily like a book of sales, right? When he sold things to customers, he would keep track of it. So there were a couple of names in there that he did just mention offhand in regards to, various things sold. Maybe Feminor's name was mentioned. I believe Feminor even admitted to going to the apothecary and grabbing some things for her cold. Kaylin or Kazrin's name was mentioned for the same reasons. She comes to get some things. But as far as confirming or denying whether Alchrist was in the ledger, his name was not mentioned. You did not ask, and yeah, that's kind of where we stand. To Evie's question, Evie asked, when was the last time you were there? Alchrist responds, to talk to Lewin about business. I don't recall it. It could have been weeks at this point.
Okay. Are we able to do an insight, or are we doing that at the end again?
It'll be at the end, but you guys can ask more. You guys have as much time as you want to ask questions. So if you have any other questions you'd like to ask, then
I do have a question.
yep.
I want to ask. Lark wants to ask him. When he said something about that like in warfare, like people, or did he say orcs or
Goblins.
something?
Goblins.
Uh, uh, use like all sorts of things and poke them, the arrows and things like poison and stuff. I want to ask, oh, what sort of poison, if I may ask, like I want to see what sort of poisons he's interested in, or making studies of, or collecting, or whatever.
Sure. Most of the poisons that are used, well, the goblins are not a good example. As I said, they use more unmentionable things, and he kind of like they rub their own poop on their blades. That's it's not very effective, but it's very gross. The reason it's not very effective, and the reason it's many other poisons are chosen, is because it's not very fast acting. You want poisons that affect people instantly, right? You don't want to poison somebody with an arrow and them die tomorrow. You want to poison them with an arrow and have them drop dead immediately. So it's the goblins, though, they're not very intelligent when it comes to warfare. They believe more in quality over quantity, if you know what I mean. Throw 1,000,000 bodies at something and hope at the end you have more bodies standing than they do. But others, specifically, I've been studying a variation of the Pestilent Cloud spell. I'm maybe you all are familiar. Actually, does anybody have access to the Pestilent Cloud spell?
I don't think.
Nada.
No.
Only on spellcasters would know.
It might not be. Let's see, cloud. Cloud. Isn't it popping up? I don't know. Okay. Kill. Does anyone else? That's what it is. I'm sorry. Cloud Kill is the actual spell. Sorcerers or wizards are the only one that has access to that, so none of you probably do. But anyway, the Cloud Kill spell was used to some effect in some wars, but as many people discovered, it's very weather dependent. Many wizards would cast, or sorcerers or magic users would cast the Cloud Kill spell and find that they ended up killing more of their soldiers than the enemy soldiers when the wind shifted and blew the cloud over them. So long ago, some individuals altered the cloud kill spell. They made it thicker. They made it more manageable, more less apt to the blowing of the wind, and more controllable by their own means. And it's referred to as the pestilent cloud spell. And that's what I've been investigating myself. So it's a combination of both poison and magic, but I felt that I was close. I feel that I'm close to actually perfecting it. It's been lost to history for a long time, and I'm rather excited about it.
Mm, that's interesting to know for sure. Uh, out of character, do you guys think I should ask him about the, is it called Midnight? Uh, is it
Midnight Tears.
Midnight Tears? Yeah. Like since he did say that he like he's not I wouldn't say interested, but knows of like poisons that might, if like, kills you right away. Part of his research, but
Do you
would
want to
it be
mention
good?
it to see his reaction, or what are you trying to do with that information?
Yeah, I wanted to see his reaction to it, but so I
Okay.
was asking.
Uh, all right.
Uh,
I don't know. It just seems I don't know. You, I guess it's
It,
because the topic right now is the poison.
yeah, poisons and things that he's
Okay.
talking about, like some things they could use in warfare or something,
I mean,
and
sure.
one of them is poison. Any objection out of character?
I mean, I
Ask
don't
your
know.
question. Oh,
Okay.
sorry. Adon, did you have something to
Huh?
say?
Nah,
Okay.
don't worry about it.
Okay, then Alaric will just say that he's been interested in a specific type of poison, and since he mentioned that he knows some of the poison, maybe he could tell him about a poison called Midnight Tears.
Oh, as I said, Midnight Tears is not very effective in direct combat. I believe I already said it's a very delayed reaction, right? It's similar to the goblins. You know, the goblins' poop blades. They tend to, cause infection over time. Midnight Tears kills way later. Well, at midnight, as the name suggests, to the best of my knowledge. It's not used much in direct combat. But again, I don't know much about it. Master Lewin might be able to assist you further, or you could possibly visit. Oh, there's actually a building that has to do with you. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out. There's a. There is like literally a place, and Lewin knows about it, and Lewin mentioned it before. Oh, you know what? Maybe I didn't make it up, but I think I pulled it from somewhere else. Let's see. Anyway, he mentions you can visit the specific library. I'll get you the name as soon as I find it, if you want to learn more about it. But he mentions that it's not really pertinent to my studies directly.
Oh, do you know anybody who was like special or showed some special interest in that? I'd very much like to have a conversation with them.
As I said, Master Lewin is probably the most knowledgeable here. I don't think any of the other readers specialize in that kind of information or that kind of topic. Um, yeah, I don't recall any of the readers having. Darl has to do with poetry. Um, let's see. Silvira has to do with what is Silvira's thing?
Uh, wasn't it about like demons and realms and something about like that? Or
Infernal.
eternal?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
right. Like the additional planes of existence and things like that.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, she researches the occult, things that of the occult. So that was Silvira's. Darl is all about poetry and literature. Alai is focuses on.
Gods.
Say that again.
Gods.
Yeah, gods and their powers, and their capabilities and things like that. Feminor has to do with folklore, history, and the cultures of Toril. Alchris, now you know, is politics, warfare, and military history. Um, Tellus, his expertise you don't know yet, but Bookworm mentions that uh, he likes to deal with magical items and artifacts, and the weave and how it interacts with the world. Bookworm's specialty is religion, cults, arcana. And then you have Khazrin, who is the natural world and celestial navigation. And I think that's
Yeah.
it. Oh, Kalen, which is like old gods and chaos and stuff like that. That's pretty much it.
I don't know
That's
why
everyone.
that sounds so cool.
Celestial navigation.
Yeah.
It does sound cool, doesn't it? Okay.
Well,
Any other last minute questions
um,
for anybody?
Oh, he seemed very clear.
I
I
I
don't
m-
know
I may
why.
I may have one last question, just one last minute. Has he visited the apothecary recently? I'd say maybe like past 2 3 days.
As I mentioned to your friend Evie, I don't think I've had a conversation with Lewin about my studies in quite a few weeks, but now that you mention it, I do believe that I visited the apothecary in between my studies and going to view the holograms at the holographs at the war tower, or the war library, excuse me. Lewin wasn't there, however, so I just helped myself to some tobacco and quickly left. I left some money for him. It's not like I stole it, but um, like I said, I was there at the apothecary, but Lewin wasn't there.
When was that?
Must have been, as I said, it was between my studies at the high tower and my visit to the war tower. I often like to smoke my pipe when I watch the holograms. It's, I said, more for pleasure than anything else, sometimes for some inspiration, but it was mid-afternoon, maybe around 3 p.m. after the 14th bell. 13th, no, that's the 15th bell, excuse me. I do know military time. It's been a long time. 15th bell.
Today or yesterday?
No, this was Deadwinter's Eve, as I mentioned.
Uh, uh,
Out of character, that contradicts him saying that he hadn't been there in weeks.
exactly. I was like,
Out of character, no, it doesn't. When he first answered, he said he hasn't been
what?
there to talk to Lewin about his job in weeks.
Fair enough. Yeah, yeah.
But
He
in
said
character, you can suspect what you want.
he did say that he hasn't been there. Mm. Well, I sip coffee and then I like, thanks for sharing that. I think the apothecary is a wonderful place.
It truly is, and they do have very good tobacco. If any of you are partakers, I recommend visiting Master Lewin to get some.
Maybe I'll get some.
Right.
Yeah, that was
Any last minute questions or clarification, like the one that Evie had?
Mm,
not anymore.
Okay. If you would like, if no one has any more questions, you can roll your insight checks.
Mm, Do we level up? I forgot what I have in insight.
oh God, I can't stop rolling this slow, man.
Oh,
Tough.
please. God, give me something. That's double digit. Well, better than nothing.
Ooh,
So Kyle, is that 10 your total?
yeah.
Emmy, 15 your total?
Mm-hmm.
13 total for Lark?
Yeah.
And Evie?
13.
Okay, Adom, 15 is your total?
Correct.
So you all listen to his story. Evie, you pick up on some slight discrepancies. He mentioned earlier that he hadn't been there to talk business with Lewin in weeks, but then went ahead and said that he'd visit the apothecary, although he did mention that Lewin wasn't there at that time. So there might be something. He didn't mention visiting the apothecary recently until Alaric pressed him. But other than that, the conversation is pretty quick. He's shared. He seemed pretty direct in his answering. Nothing else was really caught out. His posture and his stature, was pretty relaxed and normal. Although again, he was a little rushed too, but you guys were as well. Um, Nothing really stands out to you one way or the other. Um,
Uh,
as as far as whether or not he was dishonest or withholding any information. Um, yeah. What do you got, Alaric?
I was gonna ask about the feet. If it, I just remembered that I was looking for the tracks matching them mentally. Is it okay if I?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll just say, in the process, you don't even have to roll for it. It's going to be a similar situation to Skoda. He might be a little bit larger than Skoda as a male dragonborn. His feet may be a little bit larger, but he's still a medium creature. The claw marks that you saw in the snow do not match, or are not small enough to match those of Alchrist or Skoda.
Oh,
Bug, 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 die!
Oh,
What?
I think
What?
there's a
okay.
bug.
There was a bug crawling on my stuff.
Oh,
That's disgusting.
I hate bugs. I'm sorry.
kill it with fire.
Burn the whole house. I'm joking.
Mm,
uh,
If he was being deceptive, none of you beat the roll. I will let you all together. We're gonna average the roll. So everyone, go ahead and roll another insight check, and we're gonna average it. So I wish you all the best.
feeling merciful today.
Yeah, I don't want you to get, like I said, I don't want you to get frustrated for nothing.
God dang.
Okay, well, I can't help that.
Oh my,
no.
Let's
Uh,
go.
oh my god.
I'm sorry, you're 21. Well, admirable is not enough to bring up the average. It's high enough for you.
I
So-
got 10 again, twice. Woo! I love it. Yo,
Today-
I'm about to put on my camera and just roll myself and put my camera on my
Right.
dice tray. I'm literally about to do it myself. I'm about to punch my screen because I've been rolling the past 2 sessions or 3. I've been rolling like very low.
Alaric's frustration is clouding his judgment and eyes and everything, so he can't say much. He can't see reason. He can't see facts anymore.
It happens.
Yep.
I think that's it though. You asked all your questions. You rolled your insight checks. Unfortunately, it didn't get what you were looking for.
Thanks
Or
for the
rather,
mercy.
say that again.
Thanks for the mercy.
I tried, man. I tried. I wanted to give you something if I could, but
Oh no. I rolled my dice in IRL. I got an 8. So it would have been a 10 as well. Girl, what is going on?
maybe you're getting all your luck out in the real world, and your dice world is just not working for you.
I'll give you Stolas for emotional support.
Okay. Well, Alcurst nods to the rest of you. And, well, if that will be all from you, I'd be happy to escort you to the arena if you'd like.
Okay.
Please lead the way.
Okay.
Okay, it's all right. I guess I can't assume you're lying to me right now. You were my primary suspect 30 seconds ago, but now I believe everything that you said. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Yeah, indeed.
So-
That's exactly what
That's how
Alaric.
it is.
You just
Kyle's
can't.
so gullible, he'll believe him.
You're not changing your opinion, right? Your character, the insight check isn't like, it's not a lie detector. You're more or less, there's nothing that he was giving you that can either confirm or deny your suspicions. So you're pretty much just like no closer to finding the answer than you were before. That's all it is. I mean, I could do a negative roll. I could say like, that would be fun. I should have thought of that before. So
Should I-
time out, yeah, out of character, but time out of character. There's a couple of games like tabletop RPGs that they use emphasis rolls rather than like successes or failures. So that's the biggest thing about D&D, right? Is either you succeed or you fail. That's kind of how it goes. And this is kind of how this roll went. So you all rolled an insight against a check. It was more or less contested, but it was a contested charisma check, a charisma roll. So you guys rolled insight. He rolled against it, and he succeeded, and you all failed. Well, an emphasis roll is pretty cool because what you do is you're actually rolling against 10. So if you roll a d20 and you roll close to a 10, the emphasis on your action is very low, right? The result of your action is very small. But if you roll like an 18 or a 19, then you're succeeding much more handily than you would if you rolled an 11, versus if you rolled a 2, like a 1 or a 2, you're failing much more emphatically than you would if you rolled like an 8 or a 9. So it's like you either get these big successes essentially to say that like, oh, if you would have succeeded in the roll, like rolled an 18 or 19, then you would have doubted this and this, or versus if you would have rolled lesser, like a 2 or 3, well, you would have trusted him. You would have believed that he believed him when he said this and this. So something to just kind of fun, but I've never used them, but this might have been something to use it for. Not in this case, like not particularly to Alchrist, but to the rolling like this in general. But now it doesn't matter, so I just wanted to share that with you.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's just it's from another TTRPG. So, okay, then that's where we're headed. So Alchrist leads you back out through Exaltation, and you leave outside in Candlekeep. And as I said, the weather has started to darken. It's probably early afternoon or mid-afternoon at this point. And I know I keep saying, I think I've used like 40 separate words to describe where you're going. And that's because I could never remember what it was called. It's the Oval Theater. It's over here. So you can see this over here, the Oval Theater. That is where the tournament takes place. So Alcris does, he leads you back down the stairs and you traverse various locations. And he mentions some, various places you pass by. So you can see off here the Astronomicon and the Melodrome. And he mentions the Rotunda to you. And then off in the distance, you can see the Whispering Dome and the Hall of Momentous Deeds. And you're not the only one following this path. As you get closer and closer, as you exit, you can see that there are several other avowed and individuals following the same path you are. They're all leading directly to the Oval Theater. And as you get closer, the crowd is getting thicker as people continue to filter in. And Alcris kind of takes you past all of them. You kind of get his privilege as being one of the great readers. He doesn't wait in lines. So he just takes you on by. Before you enter the Oval Theater, and you've been introduced to some of these new areas, is there anyone that's interested in hearing about those, or do you not care and you just want to continue on? Does anything draw your attention based on their names alone?
The Hall of Momentous I'll come back to that.
I can tell you whatever you want. You let me know.
Actually, what is the Hall of Momentous Deeds?
Yep. So the Hall of Momentous Deeds is a library that's dedicated to famous heroes and adventurers, and features tens of thousands of hagiographies of significant individuals through the ages and accounts of their exploits. And if you're curious what in the world hagiographies is, I don't know. So let's learn together. Unless anybody knows. Does anybody know what a hagiography is? Hagiography? Probably a hagiography is probably what that means. It's a biography that idealizes its subject. Yeah, a hagiography, which is designed to serve a political agenda. So essentially, it's like all the good things about a person and none of the bad things. So it's just a very biased biography, more or less, where it only speaks good of the heroes and the adventurers.
Oh.
So like if we're mentioned in there from that one part of our campaign, it'll just conveniently leave out the part where the dinosaurs were actually kids.
Correct. Yep, correct. No,
Convenient.
no kids will be mentioned. I don't know if that was a momentous deed, but it was definitely momentous for you guys,
No kids were harmed in this adventure.
Yeah.
What's the Melodrome?
The Melodrome. The Melodrome is built in the style of a giant municipal hall with modern glass windows and a terracotta tiled roof. It is the library of countless songs and verses through the ages. The majority of them are in human, elven, or dwarvish tongues, although there are various others. The library's curators through the ages have prioritized text with neumes or other music notation so that the song's melodies can be preserved for posterity. So it's a lot of sheet music, right? It's not a lot of poetry. It needs to be replicated. So if it's just lyrics, it's usually not kept there. It's kept like in another poetry hall, but that is specifically music. Anybody else?
Whispering Dome.
Yeah,
so I feel like you might as well just tell us what they all are.
Okay, glad that's happening. Okay, so the Whispering Dome, you can see that off in the distance, more or less. Atop the library's enormous square base sits the Whispering Dome, a large golden hollow with the ability to magically inspire those that enter, drawing from the many heroic words contained within the library's texts. So when you walk in, you can meditate in silence there for 1 minute, and the hallowed and the dome literally speaks back to you, and it inspires you and gives you a boon for a certain amount of time.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Interesting.
Okay, so let's see. The Astronomicon. Oh, I should mention this about the Melodrome. There's another giant box on top of the Millodrome, and it's called Juke's Box. Get it? Undoubtedly, the library's most notable feature is the strange-looking contraption at the top of the Mellodrome's single turret, designed by a music-loving wizard named Juke. Many centuries ago, Juke's Box, as it is known, is capable of playing any tune held within the library using a silver piece as a material component to power the magic melody. One must simply insert the coin into a slot in the contraption and name the song. And at this point, the tiny top floor of the Mellodrome's turret magically expands so that whoever activated the box finds themselves in a large auditorium surrounded by an ethereal orchestra of legendary bards from the past and their various instruments. The bards seem composed of light and are sucked back into the box when the song ends, while the room returns to its usual dimensions. So that's just super awesome, in my opinion. That was part of the Mellodrome, so the music. The Astronomicon. One of Candlekeep's most distinctive constructions, the Astronomicon is fashioned from a series of opaque blue globes protruding from a base blue dome. It functions as an observatory and astronomical library in one. The astronomical library occupies the building's ground floor dome and is notable for its zero-gravity field. The library's books float freely around the dome, encased in glassy force fields that are solid to the touch. And then there's ways to open up the domes, but doesn't matter. That's probably not mentioned. There is the the largest thing. You can see the largest orb, the largest globe is called the Orrery. It's also a zero-gravity space and features a vast three-dimensional animated illusion of all the known planets, moons, and solar bodies in the immediate galaxy. So it's a cool, giant astrolab. The Oval Theater, which you're going, you'll see in a second. But it's a partially covered rink with tiered seating surrounding an oval stage. The theater is used by the Avowed to stage plays and other artistic performances, but it is never as lively as when the Order's favorite sport, casketball, is being played. Spoiler alert, that's what's being played today. Teams compete to throw or slam a heavy leather-bound cork ball into the opposing team's casket, and which is what you'll see. We'll explain a little bit more about that later. So that's the Oval Theater here. Astronomicon, you can see all this here. This is all the Astronomicon. Mellodrome, Hall of Momentous Deeds, Whispering Dome, and now you have the Rotunda. The Rotunda is a library of cartography within thousands of maps of Faerun and beyond, located on the eastern wall of the Inner Ward, just west of the Pillars of Pedagogy. Most of the maps held within are stunning to behold, although some are rather fanciful. And by fanciful, they mean wildly inaccurate. The Rotunda's most important maps are displayed behind protective glass on the walls. One of them is a map of Candlekeep itself, although as it is over 50 years old, it is rather out of date. So, there you go.
Thank you.
Alchrist mentions that he is actually the curator of that library, and so he decides what goes, what stays, and what comes in, and what stays, and what goes. So, there you go. That's everything in the East Inner Ward is what this whole area is called. So you've been to the East Inner Ward now, and you were at the West Inner Ward over here. There's this whole middle section right in the middle. I mean, there's multiple, but yeah. I get to those later if you ever visit them. I don't think you do, actually, but not in this, but I can tell you about them later. Okay. Any other questions about any of those buildings or anything else while you're walking towards the Oval Theater?
I wanted to ask the group, were we gonna ask Alchrist about the whole chess thing at the beginning of this?
Oh shit! Oh,
Oh,
balls!
we could. I mean, we could
Oh, we
technically.
suck.
Wait. Can't we just ask him on our way there? Aren't we walking with him?
That was, yeah.
I mean, if the DM allows, of course. I mean,
You can ask him whatever you want. I don't.
well, there you go, Evie.
Yeah, if Evie's curious, I'm down.
Oh, also, I'll be right back. I need to make lunch boxes for everyone before they wake up. Be right back. It's like 5-10 minutes.
Okay.
Let's all take a quick break then. Let's all take 5 minutes. When we get back, we'll figure out the answer to Alchrist and or their question about Alchrist, and then we can move on. Make sense?
Cool.
So
Yep.
everybody go stretch, we've been here for about 2.5 hours. Go ahead and stretch, and we'll be back in 5 minutes, give or take. Okay, we're going to take a break. For those on stream, thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Hello, Gloria. I saw you earlier, or I saw you just a bit ago. Everybody else, I think Kahan and Anthony was here earlier, but Kahan, if you're still out there, thank you for being here. And then one of our new friends, I mentioned, or I missed him earlier, or them earlier. Paladrune, if you're still around, thank you for being here. I do appreciate you. Sorry I can't talk directly to you most of the time, but yeah, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break so everybody can stretch. I love you guys, and we'll reconvene here very shortly. Alrighty, I am back. See what they're doing. Everybody's back there. All still missing. Bernadette seems to be there. Bernadette's back. We found everybody else.
I've been here.
I just meant that you weren't muted. Everyone else is muted, so.
Oh.
I should have said Bernadette is here rather than back. How are you doing? You doing okay? Still tired?
Yeah.
I understand.
Invite. You.
Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Where did she come from? Where did she get?
They have their own coliseum.
It's the Oval Theater, so it's used for like all kinds of stuff.
Is
Where
that why there's
librarians-
coffins?
But it's called casket ball, so I found a casket, okay? I did I'm doing
Unfortunately in poor taste.
I'm doing my best here. Okay? I don't know what's, I can only do so much.
It's great. No worries.
It's both deafened and muted, so she can't even hear me call out to her. Also, I'd just like to point out, has anyone seen pictures from Laura at the wedding? Anybody yet? Because I was promised pictures, and I've not gotten a single one. So
No,
as soon as she gets back, we just all need to rag on her.
Yes.
Yes.
I just need to stop telling you guys when I'm winging things, because now we've filled 2.5 hours of stuff, and we haven't even gotten to the main part of what I thought we were gonna do. So you guys, I don't think anyone would know.
No.
I just always like to tell you, because I'm not a good DM. I like to tell you when I'm trying to figure things out, because I don't want to try to deceive you either and be like, yeah, I'm great at this, and then it be garbage, and then you're like, oh, this is good DMing. This is terrible.
I feel like anytime you've just like flown off, by the seat of your pants, like it always ends up being cool, and we never realize it until you tell us afterwards.
That's what I'm saying.
I appreciate you
Like-
thinking that.
Well, I'm not the only person, so
As long as we're all enjoying it, that's what really matters.
yeah.
Most definitely.
Some things I can wing, and some things you just can't, right? Like the biggest thing is the maps and stuff like that. Like in having the character tokens in the right place. Like I have access to all the tokens, but like there's no way I could put this together like on the fly, right? Like this obviously took me some time. And it's the same thing with other things. So those are the biggest ones that I have to like make sure are in place and make sure that I have something to reference. I can always like pull up various other things and just use like theater of the mind stuff, but it's the rest of the stuff I can just kind of make up as we go. To an extent, anyway, that it makes sense. It wouldn't make sense if I just dropped dragon in there, like, oh, we need to stall for time. Dragon.
As we were heading to this area, was it like the streets or anything? Were they crowded? Like, was there a lot of people walking around?
Yeah, I mentioned you guys are kind of the stragglers at this point. There are a lot of people that have already made their way. So you could tell that there were people heading in the direction of the Oval Theater, and then as you got closer, there was still like a line, like crowds of people outside, people who couldn't fit, late arrivers. But with you being with Alchrist, he kind of just led you around the whole the line. You guys kind of avoided it. So yes, the streets are filled with people, most of which are heading towards the Oval Theater. Most of them are avowed and sages and things like that.
And where was it that he said he was looking at the holograms or something like that? He said something about
Yeah,
holograms.
the war tower. That's a great question. Let me see if I can find that for you. It's might be something you can see. Do, 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 do. The problem is like everything is called something tower, right? Because
Yeah.
it's all imported, so it's like which tower is the war tower? So I have a list of all these places essentially. So I have like resources that tell me like, okay, this place exists inside Candlekeep and this place exists inside Candlekeep, but they're like more or less descriptions of buildings. And so while this map is very good, like how am I supposed to know which building is the effing rotunda and which is the melodrome? I don't. So I have to like read the description and try to narrow it down. It's kind of a mess sometimes. So that's kind of the other thing that I can't just always wing, because there's been a couple times where I was like, oh, this obviously is this building, and then later I read another description, it's like, no, that's obviously that building. So actually I might be incorrect in thinking, I think the war room or the war library is inside the high tower.
The high tower would like contain all the power.
So the high tower is like various levels, right? So the lower levels of the high tower contain some obviously like easily accessible materials. The middle floors are magically sealed rooms or magically protected rooms where a lot of Alcaris does his work. The upper tower or the upper floor is the highest floor. Is okay, here I'll tell you. Right here, the high tower, the lower levels of high tower contain a grand lecture theater and the war library, where a huge table is capable of displaying illusory reconstructions of famous battles. The middle section of the high tower holds 3 laboratoriums dedicated to arcane experimentation. Each chamber has powerful wards designed to protect the community from mishaps. The tower's top tiers contain the skyscraping lobby, a wide circular light-filled hall where special guests are taken to admire the views, but which is usually left unused and considered off-limits for normal members of the Avowed. Importantly, the skyscraping lobby provides the only point of access to the high tower library that sits above the lobby. The staircase leading up to the library is guarded at all times by a watcher who permits nobody but the Keeper of Tomes themselves to pass. So that's the high tower. There's also some information about the high tower library that I could give you, but actually I don't think I could give it to you at this very moment. So yes, the high tower, several levels. The higher up you go, the more exclusive they are.
And that leaves me with a question for Skoda, but I don't think I can ask her right now.
You can ask me, and I might be able to give it to you. I'll just tell you yes or no, or give you the answer. Say,
It's pretty simple. If she knows that someone else has the key, then did she tell the guards that are at the high tower, where it's off limit, to not allow anyone to go in, even the readers?
the readers are not allowed. Okay, so the
high readers, or
yeah, no, the only person that is allowed in the high tower library, which is on the upper floor of the tower, is the Keeper of Tomes. So not even the readers are allowed into the high tower library.
Oh.
So that rule is already in place. Yeah. So.
Okay. All right. Good to know.
Yep.
Tiamat, stop.
Yeah, stop. Tiamat. Jesus.
She likes to lay on her back under my couch in my office and like claw the bottom of it and drag herself.
I had a cat who liked to get made a hole in one of those things and then would live inside the hole. She'd like live inside the couch.
I'm pretty sure she's created a hole at this point. I'm scared to look.
Yeah.
Oh, get out from under there.
I only sat on her one time for me to realize that I needed to check,
Yeah.
like for a cat-sized lump in my couch before. How ridiculous is that?
All right, I gotta go get the squirt bottle. She's in the swimming. Be right back.
Okay.
Can I ask? It's unrelated to the campaign, but uh, you roll for the price for a magic item, right?
Yeah, so the way you roll a charisma check to determine whether you find the item firstly, and then the DM usually rolls based on its rarity. So each tier, common, uncommon, rare, very rare, they all have their own.
And it's the same price. Well, if someone's crafting the item, would it still be the same price?
Crafting usually takes less money but more time. So it usually requires the person to have like some kind of materials, like the magical materials already. Like you can't, if you're like in if you're trying to put a spell on a blade, for example, sometimes all you need is someone that's proficient with tools and someone who's proficient with magic, like arcana proficiency, and then access to that spell. So whether it's in a scroll form or whether it's like a spell slot, they have to be able to regularly cast that spell multiple times as long as it takes to craft that blade. If it's something that's going to have innate power, like, I don't know, a dragon slaying sword, then you might actually have to go get a scale from a dragon in order to infuse that hardness into the blade where it can do damage to them. Does that make sense? So like it really, unfortunately, the crafting rules in D&D are kind of garbage, and a lot of it is left up to DM interpretation. So the answers that I'm giving you could be very different. But there are rules as far as like how it goes. So if you look at let's see, page is it? It's Tasha's Golden Everything, I think, or is it Xanathar's? It's Xanathar's Guide to Everything has updated downtime rules, and those are the ones that are going to lead you to the right place. So downtime revisited, I think it's page 123 or something like that of Xanathar's. I think it's 136 in the DMG and then 123 or so in Xanathar's Guide to Everything. But if you search for crafting a magic item, I think is what it's called, it gives you like complete breakdown of how it works. But yeah, generally it's cheaper to craft one. It just takes a lot more time.
Yeah, I think it's just the timing that timing part is what I hate the most.
Yeah, I completely understand. Like I said, it's
like this past month I've been looking into other crafting systems so we can do the staff of power for you for your character in the other campaign.
Yep.
And I don't know, even other crafting systems that I looked up are like time consuming in game.
Yep.
So I guess it makes sense. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, I mean, Anthony said that we could have as much downtime as he wanted, but he also made it clear that like the world's going to go on, which makes sense. That's how D&D works. So, I mean, I don't know. Even crafting a rare item is what, like 10 weeks? It's a long time. I think a lot of times it's better to use, like, you can craft an item over a period of time unless it's easier. Also, the more people working on it does split the time in half, but not the cost. The only thing is they have to share the proficiencies. So that's always a bummer as well. Like you can work with another smith. Like if you can find another smith to work with it, you can reduce that time in half.
Yeah, that's what I did on where was it? Baldur's Gate? Yeah. No. Yes. Yes, it was in Baldur's Gate. Where I crafted my sword. I had help. Uh, no, I didn't get help. He let me borrow the anvil,
Yeah.
and that's how I crafted my magical sword. But,
That's cool.
I don't know. I just want to craft that fucking staff. Okay. I want
understand.
to. I just want to. I don't know. I had this image of giving an angel a fucking weapon. It's so fucking awesome.
It's cool. I think isn't that like a that's a very rare item, right?
Uh, I think I have it here. What doesn't it say? Oh yes, very rare.
Yeah. So we're talking 25 work weeks and 20,000 GP.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of time and gold. Like I said, you can reduce it. Reduce the time, but even buying something like that, though, buying a magic item, that's extremely expensive, and you have to roll the charisma check to even find it. Very rare's 1d4 plus 1 times 10,000 gold pieces. So, yeah. I think crafting usually takes the average
I wonder.
or the
I hope.
minimum.
I'll ask Anthony if it's possible to do like half and half. Like half the time do one thing and then half the other time to complete it.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'll ask him.
I know I did something like that with Evie, because Evie found the Meanlock, which she collected the Meanlock hairs, and so I let her use that to work it into a like cloak, an elven cloak of elven kind, more or less.
Right.
So I mean, it is possible, but it's just again DM discretion, what Anthony likes. You could also argue that finding the materials is already part of the cost reduction. So you've taken the time to find the materials, and then it's going to cost you an additional amount in order to craft what you need. But I don't know. It is what it is. I wish it was more clear, but
yeah.
Mel, are you back?
I'm back,
Yep,
by the way.
here.
Okay, I know you went to step away for something, a squirt bottle, so I didn't know if you'd come back yet.
Oh yeah.
and-
Yeah.
okay.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. Laura's back now too. Perfect. So, yeah, you guys are making your way to the Oval Theater. I believe the last question asked of Alchrist was in regards to the job that you guys were hired for. He more or less explains that you were hired. Well, he mentions by name a Goldfist, Magnus Goldfist. He's of the Lord's Alliance there in, or he's stationed in Waterdeep, and he and Magnus had an agreement. Essentially, Magnus wanted a book that was in Candlekeep's collection, and he was willing to make a pretty sizable donation, which is what you carried with you, more or less, right? You guys appeared outside Candlekeep, but the story in here is that you were sent from Waterdeep with this chest, and it was to be given to Alchrist, and then Alchrist was to present you all, your party, with a book that you were then to take with you back to Waterdeep. And then once you got to Waterdeep, you were going to be rewarded by Magnus. And although he's not 100% 100% up to date on how Magnus works, but it's usually around the terms of like 500 gold pieces each, and a finely forged blade or suit of armor of your choice once you get back to Candlekeep.
Waterdeep.
Waterdeep, thank you. Get back from Candlekeep to Waterdeep. So, does that answer the question?
Yes.
Yes.
We now have 3 people muted, so I'm just making sure that I thought everybody was back.
I'm just eating.
Okay.
I'm here. I'm coughing like crazy.
Oh, good. I just want to make sure. Okay. So, cool. That's more or less what Alchrist knows about your job, and then you being here at this time was just an unfortunate circumstance. out of character, this module is actually tied to another module. There's another campaign that was written called. I don't even remember what it's called.
I mean,
Anyway, this was like part 2. This is another part of another campaign. So, yeah.
I mean, the thing came from Waterdeep, no? So I'm assuming it has to do with that.
Yeah, it was. I think it was written. It's okay. It's fine. Regardless, that is why you were. That's why you're here. So once you're departing, you're supposed to take a book back from Alcris and go back to Waterdeep with it.
Has he given it to us already?
He is not. He has not.
Oh.
What is?
What?
I'm curious about the book.
Sure. It's called. It's called. Give me a second. I'm looking it up again. I was on the page and then I flipped away from the page and then now I'm gotta find the page. Okay, it's called The Lurkwood Campaign: How I Repelled the Savage Hordes by General Levicus.
Oh,
There you go.
Mm.
interesting title.
It's a well, it's kind of a biography, or it's a a war journal more or less. It's like a combination of his insights and his day-to-day musings in regards. Well, I say him, it's General Levicus, but yeah, how he essentially won during or survived during the Lurkwood campaign.
Well, I hope that book is not poisonous too.
To assume you didn't say that out loud, but
No. It was out of character.
yeah. Okay.
Oh god.
Imagine.
So you, like I said, you make your way past the crowds. He answers your questions. He points out some of the various things. To answer Kyle's question again, so everybody can hears it. Everyone can hears it. Everyone can hear it who wasn't here when we got back. The war tower that Alchrist was mentioning is part of the high tower. So there are various levels to the high tower at Candlekeep. The lower levels are essentially auditoriums and a war library. The mid towers or the mid floors where Alchrist works are magically sealed to protect where he uses his magic. So he studies magic that was used in war. So it's important to contain that. And then the uppermost floor is the high tower library, and the only person that's supposed to have access to that is the Keeper of Tomes. And it's constantly guarded by a single mage, but as you all learned when you investigated the Sea Warden's tower and you investigated Todrick's apartment, I keep saying Todrick, I'm sorry, Kalen. When you investigated Kalen's apartment, you discovered that he had reinforced various areas, and one of the places that he reinforced was the High Tower Library. So rather than there being one mage stationed there, there should be 2 mages stationed there at all times now, as well as like the various other mages that are around Candlekeep. So that answers that question. Yes, Kyle?
As long as Skodas knows that no one should be going in there, even herself.
I mean, she has one of the keys that allows her to get in. But yeah, I know what you mean. I don't think she has any reason to go in there at the moment. She didn't say that she had any interest in going there. She just said that the access to that room or to the library is, well, the keys are usually located on the keeper and on the gate warden. And seeing as, well, she now has the key from the keeper, and Kalen is now missing. So we don't know who has the second key. Uh, okay, but that does in fact lead us though to the Oval Arena. So, boom. All my little tokens have to pop in. There's a lot of them. Excuse me. So he walks you past the crowds and past the lines, and as you can see and hear, many people are already seated. You look up and you can see that, well, you can look down first, I suppose, but you can look all over the place. You see that there's a single Dragonborn Avowed, whom some of you recognize. You saw him at the ceremony. You've worked with him in the past. If you were part of the Gingwatsum mission, you've met Nox before, so you have Nox down here in the middle of the Colosseum, kind of walking around and pacing back and forth. You can see up in the box that Skoda is present along with Fiminor and your favorite journalist. You can see on the far side of the Colosseum, Todrick is there. There are a couple of stands that look like security. The one closest to you has a few priests and a few mages. Todrick is also present at one of those, or in one of those. And then there are various people and Avowed sitting around the arena, or the theater in this case. As I think Brian mentioned, or Kyle mentioned, is that they have their own arena. Yes and no. This is like an amphitheater kind of situation. They use it for all kinds of things, speaking events, theatrical events, music events, things like that. But on the 2nd of each month, it is repurposed into a casket ball field. And so you can see on each side there are these caskets. And that's more or less what you know for now. Alchrist excuses himself. He says, or rather, if you'd like to sit closest to the box, you're more than welcome. But I am needed, or I am expected in the reader box. And so, sure enough, he walks away and disappears. And a few minutes later, you see him sitting next to his aunt, Skoda. She talks with him briefly, and they speak with each other. Fiminor kind of overhears. You can see Thorell's quill working quickly, but you all are obviously too far away to overhear any of that. So, yeah, you guys can choose more or less where you would like to sit if you'd like.
My first thought when I was looking at this is, oh my god, so many Oran glass.
Oh yeah, Orin is here. Orin is here next to Sprig. But these are other just various sages and other avowed and things like that. I'm not coming up with a million different tokens to represent the same people.
I know. I know. But it's just
tried
funny.
that, but it didn't work.
I did it. You'll see in a second. They still exist. Don't you worry about a thing. But I'm trying so because these are all essentially avowed. Like before, you were dealing with commoners, people from various locations and things like that. I gave you some various tokens, but these are all avowed and sages. I also don't want to like. This is my way of saying like none of these people are particularly important, right? You can investigate a few of them, you can talk to a few of them, but by talking to one or two, you're essentially covering the gained knowledge or the collective knowledge of all of them, if that makes sense. Whereas someone like Parmac over here, or Ebder, or Irony and Fimbris, they're unique characters that you're going to experience multiple times throughout the story. They might have more information than just the various other person, right? So if I were to give you a bunch of random characters and you're like, oh man, every single one of these people look interesting, that's just like information overload and unnecessary in my opinion. So it's like 2 birds, 1 stone. Rough.
Bark, bark.
So okay.
Are we wanting to like split up around, or are we wanting to all sit close to the box? What do you guys think?
Go Power Rangers.
I want to stay close to the box.
Okay, we'll do this really quick. I think Kyle was up first, and then it was Alaric, and then it was Evie, Adom, Emmy. Yes?
Correct.
I have a question.
They have an answer.
Did you mention why these people were like at the top?
Alchrist mentioned it briefly. It's just It's the keeper's box, more or less. All, or not keepers. I'm sorry, the reader's box. Most of the readers just kind of sit up there together.
Right. What is our favorite journalist?
She's in the box.
You said where is she or why is she there?
No, where is she?
Right there.
Oh.
Also in the box. Why she's there? I don't know. You have to ask her.
Hmm. Can I be in the box?
You can try to sneak into the box if you'd like, but good luck.
No, I'm good.
Can I just like be next to it, like kind of floating?
Sure. I mean,
I
you can
wanna
sit
be-
wherever you want. I'll just move some of these guys out of the way, and you can sit next to it if you want to.
Oh yeah, you can
Uh,
be musty and dusty over there. I'm trying to say.
because Alark wants to keep an eye on her. She's sus. She knows
Sure.
too much.
Okay. We'll do it this way then. Kyle, you're first in the talking order. You move Kyle where you want him to go, and then the people can either choose to follow you or go their own separate ways. And then if everyone splits up, then at the end everyone can make a choice whether they want to join others or not.
Question.
Answer.
Bushati is Swora's is Feminora's protector, right? Or assistant.
No, I already was chosen as
Oh.
Feminora's assistant earlier, sitting over here
Irene.
next to Fimbris. Vushati was kind of assigned to you to protect the or to keep people out of the shrine, not the shrine, I forget what it's called. The sanctum. So Daenerys' sanctum, where you guys kind of set up shop on day one to conduct your interviews. Vushati was the kind of the keeper of that room to make sure everyone was logged going in or out, kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll go. Where do I go?
How tall is this? Like,
Pretty tall. I
edge?
mean, it's shorter up here as you get higher up because obviously there has to be an entrance around the backside. So I would say there's an entrance readily available in the back here along this upper level. But as you get lower in the stairs, this wall gets bigger and bigger. I mean, I'd say it's like 20 feet or so over the top of here.
I'll go all the way around. La, 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 la. Excuse me. Oh God! Oh, I trip and fall a bit on the stairs, and oh God! Excuse me. I go right here.
Disappear. Okay, there we go. Okay, perfect. Love it.
It's like it can't just vanish.
I know you disappeared on my screen too. Okay, Kyle is taking his seat to the right of the box. Alaric.
Alaric will go all the way here behind everyone, so he could have eyes on them, and
Oh shit!
especially
Good
her.
idea. Wait, no.
And near the entrance, so if someone decides to sneak out, he could just probably send Stolas or him just walk out.
Okay.
See.
Perfect. Evie.
She's gonna go over here on this side of the box.
Okay, love it. Adam.
Also, fuck. I mean, I should have mentioned that.
Sorry, what's up?
I was trying to be stealthy so no one noticed me.
As you walk through the whole crowd,
Yeah.
I need you to make
Excuse me,
87
well,
stealth checks, please.
I mean, I would have done it with disadvantage. But okay.
I thought
It's-
your intent
it's
was
fine.
not to be
Hold on.
stealthy with the way you went around it.
I will let you roll with disadvantage. I'll let you go ahead and roll a single stealth check with disadvantage, but I will let you know the DC is going to be like 25.
I got this.
It's not impossible, like it's not a 30 level stealth check, but it is going to be very, very hard in this case. Okay.
Damn.
Well, that 11 is not going to get you anywhere. So you are noticed by quite a few people. Most people are absorbed. They're getting bumped around, so you don't draw everyone's attention. But the people especially as you sit down. The people closest to you are definitely like, they definitely noticed you, right?
I just waved at them. Hi.
Hello. Adom set up shop near Todrick. Emmy, where would you like to sit?
Emmy said BRB.
Oh, did she? Okay. Um,
And I will do the same. I'll be back.
okay. Then let's let Kyle, Alaric, Evie, you decide where Evie would want to be.
Emmy.
Alaric, Evie, Kyle decide where Emmy wants to be.
Let me see.
Well, we've got one here, one here. Where's the others?
Maybe here in the center.
I mean, why not?
Yeah.
She could be by Lewin.
Okay. Any objections to being by Lewin?
No.
Either by him or like maybe in between, like over here by Orin and Sprig. Maybe she could sit behind them and listen in because they were at the dinner that night. They worked it, right?
They did.
So maybe she could sit behind them and like listen in. What do you guys think?
Sounds good to me.
Sounds good.
Cool.
So, Evie,
Emmy.
Emmy, thank you. We'll put Emmy behind Orin and Sprig, to try to overhear anything, if anything is particular mentioned about that night. Okay. My goodness. Okay, so we have two people
Evie's
missing.
about to undergo a name change.
What was that?
That Evie's about to undergo a name change.
Maybe. Okay, so as everyone is settled in, the crowd starts to settle as well. People are still filtering in. You guys have found your spots. Alcris has taken his place behind his aunt, and everything is kind of getting to the point where the event starts. And the Dragonborn in the middle kind of raises his hands, and the arena, the theater, quiets just a bit. And he welcomes everyone. Welcome to our monthly casket ball tournament. And the crowd kind of erupts in cheers, and there's yelling and things like that. Despite the terrible happenings that have occurred to Candlekeep in the last couple of days, it is mostly important to keep our traditions and to keep our spirits high. And luckily, our first reader, Skoda, has agreed that this tournament should be held in tradition of all the others. And the crowd continues to cheer, "Yay! Woohoo! Casket ball!" And he continues on. During this tournament, we have had a good number of teams sign up. It was 8 as of this morning, but unfortunately, it seems like one of the teams did a little bit too much celebrating during Deadwinter's Eve and the night since, and they're still not quite recovered. So we are a team short. Are there any volunteers? Would anyone like to fill the eighth spot for our tournament? Are there anyone out there?
Evie ducks her head in her -1 modifier athletics.
Nox continues. This is a hard sport. This is something that can definitely leave a few bumps and bruises, but it is also a game of strategy. And although you may not be the brawniest, you may be the smartest on today's field. And be competitive.
Looks at my -1 modifier.
Be aggressive. Be aggressive.
Where's Adom?
Adom is over here next to Todrick and the others.
I use my side crystal to ask him in his mind if he should do it. since he seems to
Unfortunately,
know that.
Bernadette looks like she's back.
Mhm.
Daniel's still muted, so Adom had to step away for a second.
Okay.
Be the eighth, me.
What?
Do
What's
it.
happening?
Participate in the casket game.
So the basketball
Okay, I'll
tournament
play.
is one short, and one team short rather. So they're asking if there would be any volunteers to form the 8th team, so the tournament can continue.
Oh, Emmy would definitely join.
Okay, so feel free, Emmy. You're over here. You were placed over here behind Orin and Sprig. If you would like to join, feel free to stand up and place yourself somewhere behind Knox.
Here?
Anywhere you like. Perfect. Okay.
Woo, Emmy!
Yes, thank you. One of our fearless investigators has volunteered to be a member of the 8th team. We still need a few more volunteers to put a whole team together. We need 5 more people if anyone is willing.
Alara looks away for a minute.
Emmy just points at a lark like, come here.
He's pretending he's not looking. He's looking up and everyone.
Stolas definitely sees Emmy pointing at a lark and is like poking a lark in the side of the head, like, "Ooh, ooh, ooh." You could definitely get your attention. He's like,
Everyone in the crowd is turning to look at a
pointing
lark.
at his
Don't do this
Stolas,
to me.
Stolas is now beating Alaric's head with his wings, trying to get his attention. Like, you can hear Stolas talking to you telepathically, like, Emmy, Emmy, Emmy. To everyone else, it just hears, Emmy, Emmy, Emmy.
Rose has betrayed you.
Fine. Just because Stolas is cute, he's gonna join for a few rounds with his -1 modifier and strength.
Perfect. Yes, another volunteer for our investigation team. They seem to not only be smart, but capable of competing today, too.
Wait, hold up, let me
There
put
is,
Stolas.
I will remind all the volunteers, there is a prize for the winners of today's tournament, if you're willing to stand up.
Ooh, prize? Kyle stands up. And
Oh,
Yes, come here.
I'm
Let's
coming,
win.
guys.
Okay,
He trips. He trips on
Stolas is
the ledge and
here.
falls and starts walking over there. I'm coming, guys.
A graceful entrance from our Kirkpa companion, but hopefully he's a little more dexterous once the game gets started.
You know it.
Question for the DM out of character.
Huh?
If I put Stolas on this thing, would it become a problem?
Nope, that's fine.
Okay.
Well,
He's gonna be secretly watching while cheering for everybody with his wings and dancey dance, you know?
I'm
I
back.
guess.
What's going on about this dancey dance? What?
Oh,
So they're the team. They're one short for their basketball tournament. They're looking for a team of volunteers. And Emmy was the first to stand up, and then Emmy drug Alaric, and then Knox mentioned there was a prize, so Kyle showed up. So there needs to be
Basketball?
basketball. There needs to be 2 more volunteers. How serendipitous is that? Teams of 5. Crazy.
Wow.
Wow. Nuts.
Evie's going to just shake her head and then fly down.
Perfect.
Woohoo!
2 needed. All right. I believe there were 5 members on the investigation team, if my memory recalls. Fine.
Wow.
But all your friends are out here too, so
Stomp.
Emmy's like,
Stomp.
do it! Come here!
they don't. Yeah, he solemnly stands up and walks down, making a beautiful jump off the top rope, off the
Yeah.
stairs
you do
into the
like
pit below.
Volunteers.
two flip. It's like jump, 2 flip, and lands on feet.
Amazing. Looks like the entire investigation team has volunteered to participate. Thank you guys for volunteering. You didn't have to. I had plans if you didn't want to, but it makes it more fun if you actually want to participate.
Yeah. Thanks to Stella's cuteness.
Amazing. Well, let's all provide a quick refresher of the rules for our any new arrivals and anyone who might not quite understand. It's a relatively simple game in which 2 teams of 5 in this case face off and attempt to score caskets by tossing or slamming this hard leather-bound cork ball, and he snaps his fingers and a cork ball appears in his hand. It's pretty hefty. It's like the size of a medicine ball, like one of those, I don't know, 5, maybe a 10-pound medicine ball. It's pretty hefty. Into the casket-sized containers, and he points to both sides of the thing here. They are supposed to measure. They do. You can see they measure about 2 feet across, and they stand about. They're about 3 feet high, more or less. But they're laying down in this case, so it doesn't matter. A match lasts just 10 minutes, but it's fast and furious, and sometimes rather brutal. However, we do have some rules. Our newest team will be outfitted in cassocks like the rest of us. So there's these robes. Essentially, you see all the Avowed wear them, but they're not the nice ones that everyone else is wearing. They're kind of old and ratty. But we'll get them taken care of very soon. No magic is allowed, nor are the players allowed to use closed fists, headbutts, deliberate arm breaks, or eye gouges. But other than that,
Oh, man. Eye gouges, but that's my preferred method.
you'll have to gouge
like
them
that
somewhere
button.
else.
Oh, don't tempt me with a good time.
Other than that, though, anything goes pretty much, and you can advance the ball towards their opponent's casket however you like. With the best teams using the tactical mix of throwing and marauding and pounding and slamming and doing whatever they need to do. At the end of 10 minutes, the team with the highest score wins and moves on to the next round. So, in character, it's pretty easy. It's like anything else. It's like, I don't know, rugby, if you will. So
we can elbow.
you can do everything. Magic is not allowed, so you can't do anything to enhance your skills or your strength magically. The rules, that stuff really doesn't matter. You're not going to do any of that stuff anyway. If you want to, I'll let you try with like a sleight of hand check or a stealth check or something like that, but we'll get to that in a second. In character, in game, like I said, it's more like rugby. You're trying to put the ball in the casket, right? So you can do that by tossing and slamming and running and whatever you want to do. Other than that, there's no other rules. How you get it from one side of the field to the other side of the field is entirely up to you. And you can steal it from each other and intercept it if it's thrown, anything like that, just like rugby.
Can I use my side crystal?
No magic.
Fuck.
Yeah, sorry. Out of character or above the table, essentially how that's going to look is there's going to be 5 contested team checks. So there are 2 athletics checks, 1 dexterity check, 1 constitution check, and 1 wisdom check. So the athletics checks and the dexterity checks represent accurate tossing, as well as your ability to skirt around the defense and stuff like that. A constitution check represents your stamina and your sturdiness, how well you're able to keep the game going for the whole 10 minutes, as well as how well you are at taking a hit. And the wisdom check is going to represent your tactics, right? How you're going to draw the team into unfavorable situations and give your team the advantage. So that's how we're going to do it. We're going to average all the rolls, so I'll need a series of rolls. However, I am going to allow you all to use your highest modifier for each of the rolls as a team. So whoever has the highest athletics modifier, you can add that to all of your athletics rolls. If you your dexterity check is going to be the same thing. So essentially you're all going to roll an athletics check. We're going to average it out, and then whoever has the highest athletics modifier, we're going to add that on top. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So that way your -1 athletics is not going to play a role. Essentially, you're just going to give the ball to Emmy or Adom, and they're going to charge to the whole team, right? Whereas someone with a higher wisdom, they might be a little more tactical. So they might try to draw the enemy off sides, or they might like flirt with one of the players and get him distracted, or yada, 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 right? That kind of thing.
Cool.
So that's how we're going to go. So Nox kind of announces again, we will begin the tournament in just a few minutes. Allow me to make sure that our newest team is up to date on the rules and is ready to go for today's action. And the crowd cheers, "Yay, basketball, go team!" he kind of turns around, or he turns back to you and kind of lowers his hands, and he tosses the big medicine ball to Kyle, actually. And Kyle, you can see that it's pretty big. He says, thank you all for volunteering. Yeah, I was truly worried that I'd have to put together another ragtag team to make this work, but you can't do an 8-man tournament or 18 tournament with only 7 teams. But luckily, I've set it up to where you guys will be playing last, so you'll get to see a few teams play before you get going. If you go through that door on this side of the stage or side of the arena, you'll notice you'll find a room back there. Just outfit yourself in some of the cassocks. You'll see the other teams wearing them already, and get ready to play. Do you have any last minute questions? It's pretty simple. You just put the ball in the casket, but like I said, it can get pretty brutal out there.
Stolas on the side is hooting, saying, "Be aggressive, be aggressive."
This
Love
is
it.
like very much making me think about the one scene in the old movie El Dorado.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, where they
Like,
just
Oh,
put the hip
yeah.
put
all
the hip
that's
ball,
going through
and
my head right now.
they use the cute little armadillo.
And the cute
Was that an
little- yeah,
armadillo, or was that what
yeah,
was that?
it was an
Okay,
armadillo. It was so adorable.
it was adorable. They use it as a ball.
Mhm. Yeah.
All I can think of Stola's doing right now is, "You can win. You feel great. You can do this."
Yeah.
Aggressively
Yeah.
cheering you on. Okay. So are there any questions for me or for anything else? Like I said, we'll get to the roles in just a second, but
I had a question about Stolas. So
Uh-huh.
since he's over there by the box, like so him and Alaric are connected, like they can talk to each other telepathically, right?
Mhm.
So he can Stolas can hear what they're saying and communicate that to Alaric.
that is correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will
Oh,
say
okay.
that
I really thought you were gonna say let's cheat.
I will, yeah. I will say that if Alaric, in order to hear and see through Stolas's eyes, has to use an action to do so. You guys can communicate telepathically, but Stolas is still an owl, right? His intelligence doesn't match yours. He can only communicate in like thoughts and feelings and like small, simple words like that. So if you want full information, if Alaric wants to utilize a turn for full information to see what's happening, I will probably force Alaric to roll disadvantage on whatever check is coming up, if that makes sense, because his attention is, split.
Yeah, he'd be focusing on 2 things
Yeah.
at once.
So we'll get to that.
So
If anything changes up here, then I mean, you could use it the whole time you're in this room if you want to, but
That was
Um,
the thought, see what
yeah.
their conversations are about what's about to happen now that they see that we're volunteering.
yeah, I would like to do that unless everyone wants to win. Then I'll prioritize the game.
That's up to
I
you.
mean,
Yeah.
I was more thinking about while we were in that room.
Yeah. There's going to
Wow.
be essentially you're going to be in the room for 30 minutes and then you're going to play for 10. And then if you win, you'll be in the room for 10 minutes and then you'll play for 10 and then you have to play again the third one to win if you want to do that.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
so whatever you decide to do, Alaric, Stolas is yours to control, so whatever decision you make is yours, but
Well, I'm competitive. I want to win, so my
hear you.
vote is going to be for us to
That's
only
what-
do it
yeah.
while he's in the room.
I hear
I'm
you.
trying to
That prize.
Okay, so are there any other questions or comments or concerns? Anything strategy you want to ask about Nox? Anything you want to ask of me before we go? Before you
What's
go?
the prize? Kyle gets
Uh,
excited.
Um, it's kind of a surprise at the end. It changes every month, so you'll have
I
to.
like surprises.
You said you like surprises, or you don't like surprises?
I like surprises.
Oh, well, good. Then the surprise will be part of the prize for you.
Oh my god.
Okay. So if there are no more questions, then I'm going to put you guys in this weird little formation. We'll probably do something like this, and this for the time being as the temporary formation. You guys will come out here and disappear. You guys
Where's
are gonna.
that?
You guys, where'd you go? Easy out of here. You guys are gonna go back into this room over here, and sure enough, you do find a closet with some cassocks, or some cassocks. I think is what they're cassocks. Cassock. They're like robes, and everyone else seems to be back there. And sure enough, there are 7 other teams that appear to be back there as well. And as you enter in, some of them nod to you, and some of them kind of grunt and give you the cold shoulder. You see one of the teams is a mixed gender team of athletic human youths. They seem to be pretty athletic and a pretty good average team all around. You see another team of mixed race bruising females, young and old. They seem to be a little less dexterous, but they're a little wiser as well. You know, some of their with their age comes wisdom. There's another a rough-looking team that, honestly, looking at them, they don't really seem like scholars. They seem like they seem a little shadowy and shady. So expect them to be a little dirty. You know, try to do some things to get under your skin a little bit. There's a team of wily middle-aged veterans. They look a little older, but they also look the most calm, probably. There's a short but very sturdy team made up of Candlekeep's bakers, so they're mostly dwarves. And you can, in fact, see that, I think his name is Halib, right? What's his name? The cook. Halba.
The guy missing his hammer thing.
His knife.
Knife,
Yeah.
whatever. Cleaver. There we go.
Yeah, the cleaver. Halba is part of that team, and he nods at you and says, still looking for that cleaver, as you walk by. And then there are 2 more teams. One team is very large, and in fact, their key player seems to be actually like a Goliath. He is a very large person, and the rest of them are very strong men and women. They don't seem very dexterous, but they definitely are going to do their best to power through. And then there's last one. It's a team of agile oddballs, including a tabaxi, a wood elf, a goblin, and an owlin. And while they don't look the strongest, you can definitely see that they're probably the quickest team on the field. So as you get exchange, you can kind of see everyone's talking strategy. Well, some of the teams are talking strategy. Some of them are giving you side eyes and kind of advancing, or not advancing, but eyeing you up and down, trying to get your medal, that kind of thing. And through the doors, you can hear Nox start to say, all right, our first match is of the day. And the crowd kind of cheers, and you can hear Noxian, yes, the first team is going to be, or the first game will be Scribal Warfare. And you can see that last little group that spoke up, or the also group I mentioned with the Tabaxi, the Wood Elf, and the Goblin, as well as the Owlin, they kind of perk up, versus Girls Avowed. And it's the second team that I mentioned, the mixed race team of bruising females, young and old. And both teams do come out. These tokens do not represent the teams. That would have been so much work, so I apologize. But regardless, they make their way out on the field, and one team takes one side, and one team takes the other. And Nox calls the 2 captains to the middle, and they kind of join up. And Nox goes over you assume Nox goes over the rules with them, and he flips a coin, and it turns out that let's see, Girls Avowed ends up getting the ball first. So Nox goes ahead and stands. He goes into this little area underneath the stands over here. The 2 captains leave, and sure enough, the game commences at Nox's whistle. And Girls Avowed attempts to push up the field. At first, it seems like, the Girls Avowed push forward, but the Scribal Warfare over here is honestly just too fast and too quick for them. They quickly outmaneuver the enemy team, stealing the ball almost immediately and scoring the first point in the first 10 seconds. And unfortunately, the game kind of continues to proceed in that fashion. The Scribal Warfare does manage to score a couple of goals. They tend to outmaneuver the team on a couple of cases. They put their oldest member out on a flank somewhere. Let's put the oldest member, whatever, it doesn't matter. They put the oldest member out on a flank somewhere and kind of draw the attention of everybody over here. And sure enough, a lot of the Scribal or the scribal warfare people, they tend to put other people over, and they forget about the old lady in the corner, and so the ball is tossed to her, and she's able to push forward and score a couple of goals. But unfortunately, at the end of the 10 minutes, it is in fact scribal warfare that continues on and pushes forward for the win. And there are cheers to be had by everyone. Yeah, cheers! Just like that.
Yay.
All right. So the next two games proceed in a similar way as far as playing them out. The second team, or the second pairing, is going to be between the Stone Cold Quillers, and the Stone Cold Quillers are the big team, the Goliath team out there, versus Quill or Be Quilled, and that was the first team I mentioned, full of athletic human youths. And it's at first, again, it seems pretty one-sided, whereas as who's going to win, whether it's the Quill or Be Quilled or the Stone Cold Quillers. And the Goliaths come out really fast and really hard. They get the ball first and they charge down the enemy team and burst through the front lines and score pretty quickly. But towards the end of the game, the Goliaths are super gassed. They've been just all gas, no brakes for 5 or 6 whole minutes. And at the very end, in the last few seconds, the Stone Cold or the Quill or Be Quilled are able to pull ahead and score the last point. And so the Goliath team is taken out of the race.
No.
No. The Goliath, the Goliath member, the captain, lets out this guttural scream as the casket goes in the ball, or as the casket goes in the ball. The ball goes into the casket, and the arena almost nearly quiets. A lot of people almost cower in fear as this loud scream erupts. But Nox steps out and his whistle is blown, and yes, don't be a sore loser. Maybe you'll win next time. Maybe do some cardio in between now and next month. And you can hear the Goliath player, huff and puff, but he walks out the others as Quill or Be Quilled is raised the victors. The third match is between the team Doe or Doe Not. That is the question. Or Doe or Doe Nut. That is the question. And that is that is the team with the bakers on it. So that is Halba's team versus the Candle Vandals. And the Candle Vandals is that rough-looking team that looked a little suspicious. And sure enough, Doe or Donut seems to be the better team, but the Candle Vandals, they will resort to nothing. One of them actually climbs on the shoulders of one of the bakers in order to get a ball. There's a lot of tripping involved, a lot of pushing and shoving. And sure enough, the whistle's blown a couple of times as the Doe or Donut team claims that they are being poked in the eyes or in their nose or given the Naruto special. But the Candle Vandals, the Candle Vandals claim innocence. But unfortunately, at the end of the day, the deception wins over, and the Candle Vandals end up taking it, and end up winning. And your team is up. So last but not least, we have the Nox kind of invites you guys out, or you guys step up, and he kind of looks over at you and said, what should I call you guys? Do you have a team name? Have you thought about that?
Oh, Jesus.
Torchlighters.
Torchlighters.
Torchlighters. We come out with torches.
He kind of
Light 'em up.
he kind of looks at you and he's like, "Well, that was pretty quick." But sure enough, he says, "All right, our last match of the day includes our volunteer team, the Torchlighters," and you can hear the kind of confused cheering and clapping. They're like, yeah, yay. They don't know any of you. Some of them are care. You can hear some of the Avowed cheering for you. Fimbris claps for you. Lewin is clapping for you.
Shout out.
And the Torchlighters today will play the Relentless Tossers. And the Relentless Tosser is that team of wily, middle-aged veteran players They seem to be the most experienced. Nothing seems to shake them, but they're overall they don't look very sturdy, but they definitely look quick. And of all the teams that were in the group with you, they seem to have been discussing strategy a lot. They were paying the closest attention to all the other teams, so they seem to be much more adept at reasoning things out. And this is where
Time to get torch lit.
this is where your checks are going to come in. So I need everyone to roll your very first athletics check, and we are going to be who has the highest athletics modifier amongst all of you.
Not me.
Mine is
Not
2.
it.
I have a
minus 1.
3.
Oh,
Ooh.
So Emmy's is a 3.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone have higher than a 3 athletics?
No.
No.
Okay. Then it looks like the 3 wins out. So we're going to be adding a 3 to your average. So everybody go ahead and roll to your heart's content. I wish you the best.
Come on,
Wait,
BB.
so it's
wait,
the
the 3
athletic.
is added at the end, or we add the 3 to our roll?
No, I will add it to the end. You're rolling just a
Oh.
straight D20 at this point.
Okay, okay.
Yep.
Oh.
Straight D20, no mud.
Motherfuck.
Holy shit. I'm shocked.
Hey.
Yeah!
Yes!
Let's go!
Hey, look at that.
Fucking
Is that
4.
19 plus 11 plus 16 plus 16
Get
plus
torch lit.
4 divided
torch
by 5.
Evie stretched and did
See,
her
I don't-
warm-up
I need
dose.
I don't need to average that. I already did. So 60.
And I'm torn ACL.
Oh no, I do need to average. Seems low. Let me do this again. Excuse me. 19 plus 11 plus 16 plus 16 plus 4. There you go. It is 66 divided by 5 plus 3 equals 16.2. So we'll round that down to 16. Okay. Everybody do that again for me, please. For your
Press
second athletics check. So we'll add the 3 again.
The second one.
Yes,
Oh, I
correct.
got it again.
Oh, let's go!
The
Gotcha, guys. Gotcha.
11 plus
Oh, now
16
Kyle
plus
understands my
19
pain.
plus 12 plus 3 divided by 5 plus 3. 15.2 on that one. So so at this juncture with the 2 athletics checks, it seems like you're about average. You're about normal. You beat them pretty handily on the first athletics check, but on the second one, they beat you pretty handily. So it's going to come down to the wire here, it looks like. So now we're going with dexterity. Who has the highest dexterity modifier?
I have a +2.
Have 4.
6.
Hey, we're going with the
Negative 1.
6.
Six?
Kyle, you got anything higher than a
I'm
6?
a monk.
I have a 7.
You have a +7 in, what is it, acrobatics?
This
Wait, dexterity.
check? Wait.
Oh, you're looking at saving throws.
Oh yeah,
probably.
it's still 6.
And if you're talking acrobatic, I have 7.
Acrobatics is fine. We'll go with acrobatics in this case.
7.
Yeah, 6.
Okay, so we'll go with the 7 then.
Nice.
That is very good. So go ahead, everybody, roll your 20s.
Ooh.
Please.
Shake.
Oh god.
Oh my
Are
god.
you shitting me?
Oh my god.
We're about to get cooked.
We're
5
losing.
plus 1 plus 10 plus 4 plus 7. Does anyone have any
This is
inspiration they'd like to use before I...
Me.
Fuck it,
I
I'm
have
using it.
one.
Okay, it's up to you if you
Use
want to use
it.
it or not.
Yes.
Use it.
I'll use
I'm
it. I'll
using
use
Fuck
it.
it.
I'll use it.
Mother.
Oh.
Okay, what was your higher one, Adam?
no!
7.
Please.
Oh my god.
I've never
What is-
seen that.
Did you
That's
catch this on
disgusting.
camera?
It went nowhere. Oh my
Holy
god.
Oh,
If you can't
shit.
see on screen, it's 3 people just rolled like ones. 2 people rolled ones and 1 people rolled 2.
Damn.
Okay,
I know,
Kyle,
I wanna.
Kyle,
I
your-
wanna
rolled a
roll for the
2.
photo.
your highest roll was 5. Is that correct?
Oh.
Kyle, what was your highest roll? 5?
I don't remember, man. I rerolled for my inspiration.
Okay. Yeah, but you get inspiration just gives you advantage, so you still take the highest. So
Wait, inspiration gives you advantage.
5.
correct. Yeah. So I'm
Yeah.
just allowing you to take the higher of the 2 rolls. So 5 for Kyle.
Oh.
Emmy, what was your first roll? An 11.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Elaric, what was yours?
It was 11.
Okay. Evie was 4. Adom, your highest was which one?
7.
7. Okay.
Sorry,
That's-
correction, 10. It was 10. It was 10, not
Okay.
11.
That's fine. Divided by 5 in this case, plus 7 though. That gives you a 14.6. So I'm going to round it up to 15.
Round up?
You guys are roughly tied now. Okay, this is the one where you gotta do well. This is a Constitution check, so you're just gonna who has the highest Constitution modifier?
I have a 3.
I have 2.
I have a 2.
I have a 0.
Adon, what's your constitution?
3.
So
Okay.
3. So 3 is the highest for everybody. So go ahead and roll your 20s.
Shake, shake, shake.
Shake, shake, shake.
Oh,
Shake,
thank
shake,
God.
Natural
Shake,
20.
shake.
Please.
Thank you.
Okay, okay, okay.
Okay, you guys are okay.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
That's fine. That's fine. Divided by 5
19,
plus 3.
17.
You got an 18 on that one. Okay. Good, good, good. And the last one is Wisdom. Who has the highest Wisdom modifier?
I have a 4.
Wisdom.
3.
1.
I have 2.
I have 6.
No.
What? How do you
Yeah,
get
She's a cleric.
6?
She's a cleric.
So 6 it is. Everybody go ahead and roll your d20s.
Not again.
No. I'm sorry.
Super high highs, super low lows. Oh my goodness. 10 plus 6 plus 9 plus 5 divided by 5 plus 6.
I got a 12.
Yeah, I know. It's 14. Let's see. Did you win? Okay, just barely. This is the closest game of the day so far. Both teams are battling back and forth. It seems like Emmy gets the advantage in the first push as far as athleticism goes. But unfortunately, they come back and rather than targeting Emmy, they target one of your smaller companions. Evie's able to hold her own though. She rolled pretty well on her first athletics check as well. I think she carried the second roll, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. You know, as strong as you are, Evie, you're still a little bit lighter. You're still on the lighter side, so they're able to kind of brush you away as they move past, and the score's tied for the longest time. It just goes back and forth, back and forth. Adom, Emmy are able to get a couple of pushes in. Alaric on the outside is able to, flit around and move pretty quick. Kyle and Evie, you guys are able to skirt in between the lines. So while the defenders as the defenders are trying to push over you, you're able to sweep between the legs and like go around them and almost nutmeg them with your whole body. And it comes down to the wire. The last 30 seconds of the match is pushing through. The enemy team gets the ball and is pushing down the court, but luckily Evie's able to hide herself. She kind of disguises herself behind Emmy, and it ends up being that Emmy charges the guy with the ball. He jukes to the left, but Evie's right there, and she comes up in between the two and steals the ball and tosses the ball to Alaric on the side. Alaric tosses to Kyle in the middle, and the game-winning score is 1, and it ends up being 8-7 with the Torchlighters in the lead. And with the last score and the timer running out and the whistle being blown, the arena erupts. This is the best game they've seen all day. It wasn't very one-sided at all. You guys fought back and forth, and you can hear, some people in the crowd are really cheering for you guys. They're really happy, and a few of them are even yelling like "Torchlighters, Torchlighters, Torchlighters," and Yeah, Nox comes out and congratulates you, and the other team, are actually pretty. They're like I said, they're older guys. They're pretty good sports about it. And they shake your hand and nod and walk off. They don't really say much to you, but they acknowledge that you beat them and that it was a good game. And you just barely squeaked by the edge of your teeth there. Yeah, congratulations, you won the first round.
Yay!
Yay!
Woo! We won.
Okay, you
And-
won the first round. So
Get
we're
torched
gonna.
it.
Yeah, we're gonna do things. So the Candle Vandals, you guys get a little break. Alaric, I'm gonna say, is there anything that you were trying to look for? Is there anything that Stolas is looking for while you're in the?
Like any, uh, he's mainly gonna try to like tell me what the hell they're talking about. If there's like whispers, or especially these two. Oh, or if anybody decides to leave.
Yeah. So shortly after the first match ended, Stolas does report that Skoda, says something to Alchrist and turns to Feminor, and Feminor nods her head, and Alchrist asks, "Do you want me to come with you?" And Skoda says no. But Skoda does depart. It seemed after the first or second match, Stolas was, a little interested in paying attention to what was going on at first, but as were you, to kind of learn the game. But sometimes between the first and third match, Skoda left. As far as where she went, you saw Stolas kind of, saw her walk out the back and exit out one of the entrances, but it's too far for Stolas to go and keep a connection with you. So
I'll tell that to everybody. So I wanted to ask, how much time do we have until second round starts?
about 10 minutes.
So not enough time to go follow her.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I mean,
I'm not sure.
if somebody wants to try to follow her and you want to try to sub someone in, then that's something. But I'll probably have that person. It won't be rolling as well.
Uh-oh.
Mhm.
It's up to you.
What do you guys?
I'm not dissuading you one way or the other. I'm just laying out, how it would probably go.
Does anybody wants to follow?
I think you're the sneakiest, no?
Yeah, I could try to go sneak see if will you be okay with the sub? That won't probably do too well.
I mean, we're gonna lose, but
It's just that she has the key. Like, it's the only key to that high tower.
yeah.
Alright.
It's one of
and
two
if we-
keys. It's the only key you know where it is.
But
Yeah.
she may be like in cahoots with whoever took the other key,
Yeah, Alaric will try to sneak out, see where she went to.
Yeah, we tell Nox
Good
that
luck,
we need a
everybody.
replacement.
He'll
To get
leave
wrists on
Stolas
you.
with you. He'll leave Stolas for good luck.
Stolas will disappear when you get outside of 100 feet.
Yeah. But he's gonna do a good luck song before he vanish with me.
A good luck hoot.
Yep.
So Alaric goes ahead and tries to leave and disappears out the upper entrance up here, and goes to kind of try to follow. Let's see. Stolas again does a quick sweep of 100 feet to see if you can get the direction. I'll need a. You know what? We'll do this while you're playing the game. So the first game of the semifinals, the Scribal Warfare loses to the Candle Vandals, which means you guys are playing against the team Quill or Be Quilled. Again, that is that team of mixed-gendered athletic humans. So they're pretty athletic,
Uh-oh.
just in general. The person that you get, however, is not. It's this little sage guy looking here. Thing here. He just steps off the pedestal because it's the only guy you can really get.
Can we ask?
Say that again.
I was gonna ask Nox if we could get Todrick.
Oh no.
Fuck.
No. Good try though. His modifiers are not going to be better than anyone's in here. His wisdom is a 0, so when you guys roll the wisdom, I'll probably dock one off of the whatever it is. So whatever the additional one is, we'll just dock one off. So let's go ahead and do this again.
Oh, did I roll by accident? I think I probably
I think I did.
Who are we going against?
You were going against Quill or Be Quilled.
Quill or Big
Quill or Be
That's
Quilled.
a funny name.
So everyone just go ahead and roll 5 d20s for me. You're going to stack them 5, and then we're reading from the top to the bottom. So you'll have to make a judgment call. I trust you. Do what you think is best. But it should stack. It won't stack them, but it'll be on the board. You can just decide which one's which. So everyone besides Alaric, go ahead and roll 5 d20s. I'm going to roll 5 d20s for our friend here.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Okay.
Ugh.
So for mine, it's gonna go. It'll give you some crazy number, but okay.
You mean
So
the individual numbers?
yep, individual numbers, not the big ones. So from top to bottom, Kyle.
63.
No, top to bottom, I need the individual d20 rolls. So whatever the individual roll is.
15.
Okay, first one's 15. Emmy.
16.
16. Not Alaric. Evie.
1.
1.
Oh.
Adom.
15.
15. This guy rolled a 6 divided by 5. Who had the highest athletics score? It was Emmy, right?
Yeah.
What is the modifier?
3.
Plus, no one has a higher than a 3 athletics? Okay.
Mine's 2.
So this one is 14 averaged out. Okay, second score from top to bottom. Kyle.
14.
14. Emmy.
6.
6. Evie.
18.
18. Adom.
13.
13. Our guy also got a 13. Plus, or divided by 3. Plus, or divided by 5. That was a bummer. You need to go times 3 now. Divided by 5. Plus 3. Okay,
I
6.
think I mixed it up. I think it's a 7 because the way this dice
It's
rolled
okay.
on its
You can do 7 on the next one.
Okay.
Okay, top to bottom, again, this should be your third uppermost die. Also, you can drag the dice as well. So as you eliminate them, you can move them out of the way if you want to. It's not... Oh, never mind. Don't do that. It throws...
Oh,
it doesn't...
No, do not.
Okay,
do not
don't do that.
Do not do that. Do not do that.
I lied. Don't do it. Okay, from top to bottom, Kyle, third one down.
10.
10 it is. Emmy, 7, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Evie,
16.
16. Adom,
11.
11. This guy got a 7. Divided by 5. Who had... It was plus 7 with Kyle, right? Your acrobatics is
Yeah.
plus 7?
Yeah.
Okay. 17 on this one. That might save you because they rolled terribly, but we'll see. Okay. Fourth one down. Kyle.
12.
12 it is. Emmy.
5.
5. Evie.
13.
Adom.
13.
This guy rolled a 10. Divided by 5 plus 7. 17.6. So 18 rounded up. Last one. Kyle.
What?
You should have a 5th dice. Last one.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Did you only roll 4?
Oh, 12. Sorry.
It's good. 12. Emmy.
3.
Not great. Not the wisest today, Emmy. Well, you have a modifier to make it for it. Evie.
Wait, I have perfect gift for Emmy today.
Wait. We already did it because I did a 1 for athletics, an 18 for athletics, a 16 for dexterity, a 13 for constitution, and an 18 for wisdom.
You didn't give me one of those. You skipped one. So whatever the lowest one is, just give it to me again.
The lowest dice.
I know I gave you the 1 and the 13, so I guess I didn't read off the last one, the 18.
Adom, lowest one. And when I
20.
mean lowest number, I don't mean the lowest on
No,
the.
the lowest dice of the 5.
Yeah, perfect.
Physically, 20.
Nice, nailed it. And this guy got an 8. So divided by 5 plus the 6 from Emmy is an 18. I think you guys win here. Hey, you guys do win. It's very similar. It's very close. Quiller to be Quilled looks pretty good. They kind of dominated you in the first athletics checks. It's kind of the same thing. They saw your sage and they took advantage of it, and they definitely powered through him and picked on him a lot. But dexterity wise, the sage pulled off a good number. And Evie, Emmy, Kyle, Adom are not. Yeah, Evie, Emmy, Adom, Kyle, Adom. Anyway, you guys were able to out maneuver the enemy team. They stumbled on each other. It was a big play broken up. You guys forced 2 defenders to run into each other. But again, with the Constitution, they kept picking on your Sage, and he was pretty winded towards the end. But luckily, some strategy played out, and you were kind of able to use your Sage as a scapegoat, and used him to win the last couple of points. And so Torchlighters win again. You guys won your last one. You won that one.
Hey.
All right. Is there an update on Alaric in between the rounds?
Yep. So Alaric, go ahead and roll me a perception check. You can do so with advantage because you have Stolas.
Okay, perception.
You got this.
Okay, as long as I don't roll a.
Say it out loud.
Don't jinx it.
3. Okay, 21.
21. So it's been a bit, but luckily it seems like Skoda was having to fight some crowds. There's still some people outside the arena or the theater that couldn't get in. So they're kind of just, for lack of a better word, tailgating out there. You can see there's some people with some kegs of beer out there drinking. There's some food being passed around. They're just all having a good, party outside on the street. And it seems like Skoda might have been distracted by some of them, or it was harder to get through. So just barely on the edge of Stolas's vision, you can see that it looks like Skoda is in fact heading up towards Exaltation. She's at least following the path here from the Oval Theater, as directly as you can see. I mean, it's 100 feet, so you can't really see where she's going necessarily, but she is heading deeper into the wards rather than, out towards the Pillars of Pedagogy or up north or anything. She's heading in a westernly direction. So with that being said, I'm going to ask you to roll a, let's see. I'm going to have you roll the same exact thing I just had the others roll, and you're going to compete against Skoda. So
Okay. Question mark.
so you're going to roll 2 athletics checks.
2 at 2d20.
Just the athletic check as a whole. Just
-1. Okay. Ego minus. And then shake. Well, fuck. Oh, sorry. I'm not the strongest.
gotta roll a second one.
Oh. Okay.
That 7 was total,
Oh.
though, right?
Oh, yeah. And this is 3.
It's tied. You break through the crowd pretty easily, but as you get deeper in, you're trying to fight against some stragglers. You seem to gain ground at first, but shortly after, you're kept behind. So let's actually see. hers is, this is going to be hard for me. I didn't think about this. We're going to go Skoda, and then we're going to go Alaric here. This one is terrible. That one is not good. Your first score was a 7. Your second score was a 4 or 3.
3, yeah.
Okay. And I need a dexterity check, or you can use acrobatics. It's fine.
Acrobatic, okay, gotcha. 7. Don't fail me, dice. I'm already failed enough. I'm being tossed around.
17.
17.
Okay, 17 total.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a Constitution check.
Institution. Okay. 2. Shake, shake. 7.
Bro.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Let me see. Go ahead and roll me the last d20. This is a wisdom check.
Oh, what's the with my +1?
No shot.
Dice is hoeing me today.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're making ground. Stolas is able to keep up or for a brief time, but as you can see, going through here is like a maze of, I mean, it is a maze, right? It's a bunch of disconjointed pathways, and you can't quite remember exactly how Alcris took you here, and you end up losing her. I'll say you end up losing her just past maybe the Astronomicon. You somewhere on this trail here, just south of this building that looks like it's draped in a dragon. You lose sight of her. Now, whether you choose to push on and try to keep finding her again is up to you, or whether you want to turn around and head back to the Oval Theater. I'll let you decide that in between now and the next round. So,
Okay.
I'm just gonna have you roll at the same time as what we're doing here. So you'll be part of this whole thing. This is the last round of combat. Well, it's not really combat, but you know what I mean. It is combat.
Might as well be
Ball
shit.
tossing.
True.
Let's go.
You guys are part of the last round. It is the big one. So everyone go ahead and we're going to do the same thing. We're going to do 5 rolls and they're all going to be contested. This one might be your hardest one yet. We'll see.
Come on, team. Oh my god. Another 50. Come on, team. Oh god, Emmy. No.
Oh, these are looking tragic.
No.
Ooh, this is rough.
Oh fuck. No.
Let's see. So
Y'all gonna have to carry. I am
Doesn't
dead weight right now.
was there an arc in the roll too?
Wait,
Yep.
37,
You're
30.
rolling.
Or
5
yeah,
5 D20. Okay.
D20s. It's going to be essentially the same
slap it
thing that
five
you did
times.
last time.
Roll
Okay.
that.
Shake, 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 shake.
Come on, come on. Yes! That's the biggest
Carry.
one.
That's a carry.
That's what she said.
Not like it matters because she's not here. Fuck. I mean, he's not here.
I flash and I ascend and I finally
I lowered
Stay-
eyes at the sky.
Top to bottom. I need to add these. I do. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. Oh, nope. That's not what I wanted. So from top to bottom, everyone's going to be rolling now. I just need to remember where I'm placing things. So Kyle, you guys' rolls look terrible. Kyle, from top to bottom, let's go. What do you got
Yeah,
for
thanks.
me? Number one,
Yeah,
you're welcome.
thanks, bud.
You're welcome. You know what? I'm going to give you all inspiration for winning the last round. So if you want to choose one of those, let me know at the end and we'll change the roll. Okay? Just tell me which one you want to change.
Okay, I'll change the 2 that I got on the second.
Okay, perfect. Then what's your first roll?
9.
9. Emmy,
13.
13. Alaric will come back to you. Evie,
12.
12. Adom.
Can I change this roll?
Yeah, you can indeed. Roll it somewhere
Good, 'cause it was a
else.
1.
Roll it. Actually, you could probably just toss it and roll it if you want to do
I'll
that.
just toss it.
Okay, yeah.
Let me just-
Perfect.
14.
It
Hallelujah.
just flipped.
14. Okay. I need to do this. I need to roll for our friend here. I forgot about him. I'm rolling like 87 things now. Holy shit. Okay, he
Oh,
also rolled a 14, so that's good. Oh god.
Oh, this
Does he
save
get
is-
inspiration too to
Divided
reroll
by
one?
5. Yeah, sure. He's feeling inspired. And it's +3 for athletics, yes? So you guys
Yeah.
get a 15 for the first one. Unfortunately, that's not enough to beat the last one, but it's not a huge deficit. Alaric, what is your total roll?
Like the five of them.
No, your top one plus your modifier, your athletics modifier. So top,
It's
if you-
it's a 20 crit, so but -1, so 19.
so 19. That's good.
Dang.
Okay, so everybody repeat. Do the same thing. Oh, don't repeat. I'm sorry, but second from the top. Kyle, you're using your inspiration for that one, so you can toss it if
Yeah.
you want.
Wait. Oh fuck.
Okay, that went
Toss all of
well.
them?
Yeah, I probably knocked into the others, I imagine.
Ah,
Did
What
you
happened?
clear your rolls?
yes.
Okay, then
fuck
just
me.
roll 4 more. Just roll 4 20s and go from there, top to bottom. The other rolls don't really matter because we hadn't read them yet, so they don't exist.
Fair enough.
Fucking balls. That
Okay,
looks
so
horrible.
top one for you.
17.
Okay, 17.
So that
Emmy.
would be the reroll.
Yep, that's perfectly fine. Emmy, second one, unless you're using inspiration on that one.
No, I'm saving it for the other 2, which are really low.
What's your second one?
8.
8. Evie.
13.
13. Adom.
12.
12. Okay, our friend here is going to roll again. Nice. Turn an 8 into a 13.
Nice.
Divided by 5 plus the 3 makes that a 16. There, you made up the deficit, and you made up the deficit essentially. You guys are tied at the end of 2 rounds. Alaric, same thing. Second roll or second dice plus your or -1 in this case.
Yeah, 18.
Hey, nice. Look at you. Okay.
What was our average for that one?
It was 15.8 or something, so I think 16 rounded up.
Sweet.
Well, it was actually 13. It was like 12.8. 13 rounded up plus your 3
Yeah.
makes it 16. Okay, this is where you have a lot of room to gain. So, this is your dexterity. So third dice for everybody. Kyle.
Natural 1.
Okay.
Guys, I apologize.
Emmy.
6.
6. Evie?
18.
The dex. Adom.
2.
Ooh. Okay, our friend here rolled a 13. So he's carrying you guys. How do you feel about that? Plus,
0.
plus, is it 6 for the dex, Kyle?
7.
7.
It's 7.
Okay, you guys got a 15 there, which is surprising considering all the crappy rolls.
Mine wasn't crappy.
That's true. Yours was very good. Alaric, third dice plus your dex mod.
It's 21.
Okay. Lark's cheating now. Got it. It's fine. Okay. This is your fourth die down.
14.
14 for Kyle. Emmy.
2
Okay. Are you using inspiration on that one or are you saving it?
for the very last one.
Okay, love it.
Damn.
Evie.
19.
19. Adom.
15.
15. Okay, and our friend here got an 11 by 5 plus what's our con? It's 3, right? That was the highest con we had. Anybody got higher than a 3? Firstly, who's got the 3?
4?
Who's got the 3 constitution?
I have,
I have
a 3.
I have 3.
Okay, 3 it was. I think 3 of you or 4 of you had 3. So okay, that
It was 3.
then average is 15.2. Okay. You guys just need to beat them by 5 in this next one and you win. Alaric, fourth dice down plus your con mod.
19.
19. Okay. Nice. Let's see. Last one then. Bottom dice. Kyle.
Natural 20.
Hey, looks like you guys are winning out here. Emmy.
I'm re-rolling this one.
Got this.
Come on, Emmy, you got this. No, she does not. It's the same as it's the same as the last one. Emmy, why? Why are you like this?
Evie, last roll, last dice.
I'm gonna attempt to re-roll this one.
Come on.
Is this
Is that a
17 or 3?
I think
Can't tell.
Call it a 17. I trust you.
Okay.
Adom, go ahead.
Another 20. Let's go.
Hey, our friend here hit a 20 as well.
Let's
Your
go!
sage
Wow.
friend. He's
Yes.
apparently a basketball strategist. And
Pocket
then
pick,
I
what's
think it
going
was 7. You guys rolled a 23 there. You guys completely destroyed them in the match. Actually, you matched them. They also rolled a 23, but because of your other scores, you beat them 84 to 66. So not technically scores. I guess if you wanted to divide that by 10, you beat them 8 to 7, but still. Alaric, last roll plus your wisdom. I don't even think you can fail this, Alaric, so you just win, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's 14 in total.
Yeah, you just stomped Skoda 91 to 50. So okay.
So who
So
did we play on that last one?
say that again.
Who were we going against on that last one?
You guys were playing the Candle Vandals. You guys were playing the cheaters.
Mm.
The cheaters,
Yeah.
they deserve it.
The cheaters.
Get church lit.
So yeah.
Get cooked.
These guys are gone. You guys come out and get seen. Okay, there you go. So the last match is in fact between the Torchlighters and the Candle Vandals. The Candle Vandals have been like playing themselves dirty all the way through here. Unfortunately, they do get the best of Emmy, it seems. Her strategy is not very solid this time, but for whatever reason, your sage friend and Adon, you guys both pick up the slack with the natural 20s. You guys had a couple of 20s in there. So athletically speaking, you guys were pretty tied. Everybody was moving about the same pace, but when it came to dexterity, you guys swept the floor with them. They every dirty trick they tried, you guys were evading it. You guys were smart. After watching the first 2 rounds, you pretty much caught on to every trick they had, and you gave it back to them twofold. And then you matched them in strategy and beat them with constitution. You guys were a little bit sturdier than they were as well. So you ended up winning, and the Torchlighters won the entire tournament. So congratulations. Alaric, you don't give up. You lose Skoda almost immediately leaving the tower or leaving the arena, but Stolas, kind of encourages you a little bit more, and you pick up the trail. Stolas is able to see him at like the edge of his vision, and you can see Skoda just barely. There's this opening. And you're smart enough to realize you take one essentially like last step, or not step, but last measure. You assume that if Skoda is anywhere else in the ward, you're probably not going to find her. But if she's returning to Exaltation, you you have one shot at seeing her, and you do. You perch Stolas as high as he can go. You strain at the edge of your vision, and sure enough, you see a green dragonborn matching Skoda's description, walking up the stairs of exaltation, and you know where she's going, and you book it. You run as fast as you can, and you outpace her by a mile. She's going at a pretty leisurely pace, so she's not rushing for anything. She doesn't, from your vision of Stolas, she doesn't seem like she's hiding anything. She's saying hi to some of the passing avowed that are walking past. She's checking in on the guards. She's moving at a leisurely pace, and you get her, or you see her enter exaltation, and you go in after her. Yeah. Your team.
Parkours.
Yeah, parkour.
Parkour.
Your teammates, they are all standing out here with the rest of the crowd. Everybody's cheering. You know, Torchlighter is your sage friend, is like thanking all of you for inviting you to the team. Nox steps forward and gives an announcement that you all are the winners, which, you know, is everyone's, you know, pleasantly surprised given the situation. And it looks like, what do you win? Oh, he hands you each a package. It's like a wrapped parcel, and within it is, well, each of you get a laurel wreath, so like a wreath of flowers draped over your neck. You get, inside the package is a blank notebook that's just filled with very fine parchment. It's bound really well. You can describe it however you want. I don't care. It's your notebook. You get a beautiful quill that seems to be made out of a swan feather. You get a pouch of fuchsia-colored ink, and you each get a bottle of honey vodka. So you can add those here to your inventories. You can hear Nox make the announcement that that quill is actually enchanted. It will write whatever you speak to it. So if you say the command word and you put it to parchment and it'll stand up straight. And as you speak in your voice, it will transcribe what you're writing to the page. And so each of you, well, everyone except for Alaric received that. I need, Alaric, you are going to roll 1d4. Everyone else, I need you to roll 3d4.
1d4.
3d4?
3d4. Okay.
Yes. Alaric is only going to roll 1.
I should probably have done them separate.
It doesn't matter. They're going to be added together.
Oh,
So
fine.
How many are we rolling?
3. D4.
Oop. Oh, it doesn't matter. Okay.
What?
Okay. Each of you will take the amount of bludgeoning damage that your total allowed. So Kyle, you take 9 bludgeoning damage. Emmy, you take 10. Alaric, you take 2. Evie, you will take 5. Adom, you will also take 5. These are the bumps and bruises that you experienced playing casket ball. You did win, but it comes at a consequence, being knocked around. So Alaric, you only rolled 1 because you only played in 1 round. The rest of you rolled 3 because you played all 3. So that is the bludgeoning damage that you will take. Nothing that you can't overcome, right? It's minimal damage. You can get that healed if you want to pay for it, or you guys can use a spell slot or potions or whatever you want to do. But for the sake of goodness, time, because I know it is now 7:20. We're now behind. We're now late, and I apologize for that. I know it gets late for everybody, but Laura and I have some things to do as well. I don't want to end it immediately, so we're going to talk through some things really quick. I'm going to describe what's happening. It'll be less interaction on your part. Let's see what I can do.
All right. I'll need to use the washer real quick. Be right back.
Okay. Let me know when you're back, and we'll continue. If anybody else needs to get away, let me know. We'll make this very quick. We will switch switch over to probably this viewpoint. This will probably be for the best.
We say we have to wait for Laura to get back.
We are going to wait for the. This will take 5 minutes, I promise.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm just gonna check on something downstairs really quickly then while she's gone.
No worries.
I'll be back.
Good job. You guys won the tournament. Proud of you all. It was close there for a little bit. Got some good rolls, got some bad rolls.
All those nat ones were gross.
Yeah, that on inspiration rolls too. That was disgusting. You guys were using
Yeah.
inspiration and rolling ones. Like that is
That's like
never-
pure betrayal by the dice.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
never fun at all. Dogs are not happy either. They're like, it is 20 minutes past my dinner time. What are you doing? I know, Presley. I see you staring at me. I know, Bibby. Give me 5. You've got to give me 5 minutes too. I know that's like
The
half a
girls
year.
are waiting by the door because Chris fed them, and they get shut in here whenever they get their dinner, so
Oh,
they don't
yeah.
eat raw food. And they're like crowded around the door, just waiting so they can get to their water bowl and go have their crackhead hour.
Open the door for the dogs. I'll be right back. All right, Daniel, back yet?
Nope.
Nope.
Hey. Appreciate everybody's patience. I honestly expected this whole session to be like 2 hours. So, if anything, this just tells everyone how bad I am at planning, or how good I am at making shit up.
I
One of the
just
two.
love it. Every time you're like, "Oh, we'll finish up quick," and
That's
then we take way longer, and then
You thought.
I'm never going to speculate on the time again.
no, and I swear it's the opposite too. If you say
I
something
know.
about like, "Oh, this is gonna, we might go over," like, no, we finish in half the time.
I'm a good BSer. What can I say?
You're torch-lighting yourself.
I'm torchlighter.
Right?
I am also a torchlighter.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back, Daniel. You back yet? Okay, waiting on one.
I'm back.
Welcome back. All right, we're good to go. So,
Thanks.
a lot of things are happening at the same time. Alaric, you're obviously tracking down Skoda as the last couple of matches go on. You track her to Exaltation. The other Torchlighters, with the assistance of the one Sage, are battling their way to victory in the tournament. Alaric, you were able to follow Skoda eventually into Exaltation, but once you reach Exaltation, it's very hard to track her. You no longer have Stolas to help you. And so you do kind of like lose track of her, but your best course of action is, through tracking her down, is to go to where she lives first. And as the last match is drawing near, you do make your way through Exaltation. Again, you haven't been there very long, so trying to wind your way through some of the hallways and get to the Reader's Tower. It takes you a bit of time. About the same amount of time as a match would take, actually. As you approach Reader's Tower and start making your way up, you get this sense of dread overcoming you. And as you walk up the stairs, you know you're walking into something wrong. and as you approach Skoda's room, or what the person at the base of the tower where they told you her room was, and as you approach it, you notice the door is open, and as you push it open, you find Skoda dead. Her throat has been ripped out, and there is blood all over the place. And as you stand there, an avowed comes up behind you and lets out this blood-curdling scream. The torchlighters, you are completely unaware, obviously, of what's happening. Alaric, what Alaric just found is, completely unknown to you. And so as the award ceremony is happening, at you, Nox says some final words, and as he's making his statement of congratulations, you can see this sudden flash of crackling white light blaze from the top of Exaltation's central spire. So just for future reference, or just for reference, you guys are over here. Alaric, you are in the Reader's Tower. Yep. Well, that's not you, but yeah. You are in the Reader's Tower. This is the High Tower here. And all of you here, whether, Alaric, you can hear it from the room as well below you, or, where you are. It'll be above you. But this crackling white light, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, explodes up towards the High Tower. And as you look up towards it, gray against what is now the darkening sky of both the night coming in and the storm approaching as well, and even against the white of the soft falling snowflakes, for just a moment the night is still. It's almost or the afternoon, the evening is still, as almost if it didn't just happen. But then you hear and see another more violent crash. You all watch in horror, the entire theater, as well as you all standing on your pedestal. You watch in horror as a purple-robed figure is jettisoned from the tower in a second explosion of glass shards. The flailing body makes a dull thud that you can hear all the way from the theater as it smashes into the green-tiled roof and then rolls lifelessly onto the rocks far below. It's essentially pandemonium now in the theater. All of the Avowed are trying to take cover. Todrick is trying to take control with his mages. But what you need to realize is that the protection surrounding Candlekeep has been completely shattered, and all magic is now allowed. Todrick rushes to you as he's found it completely fruitless to try to reason with the crowd, and you see a lot of things happen as everyone's pushing around you. Todrick is pushing towards you as fast as he can, but as you look over the all of Exaltation, look over all of Candlekeep, you can see flocks of birds, as if off the towers themselves. These mages are polymorphing themselves into various types of birds, and they are flying as fast as they can towards the High Tower. And Todrick, knowing that these spells have broken, approaches your party and says, "We need your help. Will you come with me?"
Of course. What the fuck is going on?
Obviously.
What's going on?
So stunned.
Todrick
Can't describe the stunned face on Alaric right now.
I'm literally stunned the fuck out right now.
Todrick grabs two of his guards that accompanied him, and points to a couple of you. Todrick grabs one of you by the arm and casts flight on both you and him, and he takes off towards the High Tower, and the other two guards do the same, grabbing each of you by the arm. One of them grabs two of you, casts flight on the three, and you all rush towards High Tower, and that is where we will end today's session.
Huh?
Oh my god, don't do
Oh.
this!
What the fuck?
Damn.
God.
That person
Okay.
that fell off the roof sounded like.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh my
that is
god.
crazy.
What's
Okay.
going on?
Thank you, Jonathan. Now I'm not gonna be able to sleep.
I told you I didn't want to end it like 10 minutes ago. I was like, I can't end it here. We got to end on a high note, and that's what we got.
And that's the
So,
high note? Bodies
well,
hitting the floor?
I mean, it's exciting. Maybe not high, but it's
It's
exciting.
Look, I'm looking forward to next week. No. Because I was just following this lady and now she's dead.
That's what I'm saying. Like, okay, that changes a lot of shit.
Yeah.
Alarm pulls
Yeah.
up to the room just to see Skoda with her throat ripped out. Like, what?
Dun, dun, dun.
Nah,
Oh my
somebody's
God.
wilding. Somebody's wilding right now. We gotta. Nah, I'm not. Well
Oh
played,
my
Jonathan.
Thank you.
Well fucking played, bro.
Fuck.
God.
Damn.
I'm
This is
looking
sick.
for a new look for Alaric and I found some. So I might make a new token too.
Sure. Yeah, whatever you like. Yeah. So that's obviously the or well, that's where we'll leave this evening. We'll pick up next week with, well, whatever's going to happen. Right now we have Janusi deceased. We have Darl deceased. We have Bookworm deceased. And we have Kalen, missing. I don't know. We're going to call him presumably dead.
MIA.
Yeah, that's it. I won't hold you guys anymore. I'm sorry we are like 34 minutes late. Bernadette, I know you're tired. I apologize. Thank you for hanging in there with me. I know we're all tired.
That woke me up. The whole
Okay.
tournaments that woke me up.
Good.
That was sick.
Thank you guys for having fun with me. I appreciate it as always. I love you guys. I'm gonna go wrap this up real quick. I'll hang out afterwards. Laura and I have to do some character stuff after the session. So if you guys need anything, hang out with me. I'm gonna go feed my dogs. So give me like 5 minutes to wrap up the stream, feed them, and be right back. If you're gone, I love you guys. I'll see you next week. Thank you for being here. And that's pretty much it.
Thank you.
So, all
Thank
right.
you.
Of course, love you. Bye.
Love you, bye.
All right, stream. That was a good one. That was good. This is fun. So I wanted to end on a high note. I appreciate you guys hanging in there with me too. I know it's late. It's like 7:30 here. My dogs are freaking out because they want to eat. They're trying to eat the cat. Not literally, but figuratively. They're just getting anxious. So, yeah, it was good. It was a good session. We had a good time. As always, I appreciate you guys for being here. Usually I would try to raid out to somebody at this point. Actually, we are going to raid out to somebody. We're going to raid out to Kyle really quick. Kyle is streaming, so we're going to do that. So we can say hi to him. I will have to raid and run to take care of them, but that's where we're at. So we should be back tomorrow morning for some more Baldur's Gate 3, so I'm excited about that. After that, it looks like we are going to be streaming D&D tomorrow night. So it'll be like a narrative wrap-up as well as some downtime activities and character upkeep and introductions to new characters and things like that. So we might not get much playtime in, but it'll be a wrap-up and maybe an intro with some admin stuff in between, and we want it recorded for posterity and stuff like that. So tomorrow morning, Baldur's Gate 3. Tomorrow evening, Dungeons & Dragons at 3 p.m. Or I'm sorry, at 11 a.m. Central Standard Time and 11 p.m. Central Standard Time, respectively. So that'll be fun for us. Anyway, I love you all. Have a great evening. Have a great night. And I'll talk to you later. Bye now.